They let people without beards. What, to a ZZ Top show? Of course. I mean, come on. I should wear a fake beard. They need to learn about dams. No, damn right. They need to hire some beavers. Or actually, you know probably what happened, Phil Connor? They probably had a dam already set up in that human town, and then post 10 showed up. If one other person in one of the chats gets that joke, then I will be happy for 5 seconds. I think it may be time, chat. What do you think? You know, camera 1, camera 2. Do you not know who ZZ Top is? I thought that you were joking around, Boom Boom. Simply put, sharp-dressed man. Like, that... The little band from Texas? Probably, like, caused a lot of animal rights breaches in the early days when they used to tour with a full fucking herd of cattle. They didn't, but they did tour with cows. They had cows and shit on stage. Like snakes and stuff. Like brown sugar. Legs. You know? Some of the... Like, I'm not gonna say the godfathers of Stoner Rock, but they're up there. She has a video about making a fake Dwarven beard. I don't need to make one. I could just, like, walk into a costume shop and buy one for a couple bucks. And pearl necklace. And cheap sunglasses and TV dinners. Although, they put out, I think it was 2012, they wrote a song called I Gots to Get Paid, which is really funny, because it's literally, like, the content of that song is literally just, I'm hungover, I smoked too many cigarettes, I got a lot of bills, I'm running out of money, so I'm writing this song so I got to get paid. It's literally just, please give me money. I want to stay retired. Just, the old songs ain't paying like they used to, so I got to get paid. ZZ Top in Canada? I mean, totally, yes. But, like, I'm going to say them by their name because that is their name. No, absolutely. Like, they are a goofball band that doesn't have, well, I was gonna say they don't have any self-respect. Like, you can tell, if anybody here watched Much Music at any point in time, late night classics on Much Music, you would see a ZZ Top music video every 25 minutes, not even. And, Legs might be the greatest music video ever made. If you haven't seen the music video for Legs, go watch the music video for Legs. It is like a 3-minute short film. It has a plot that evolves. It has multiple characters. I think they kill one of them off. It has a complete storyline and like a transformation. It has character building. It has like multiple acts. It has like a plot climax that like builds up to an event that happens. Like a guy gets beaten up and then like they fly away in a spaceship. Like it's phenomenal. Like genuinely, like it's like a 3-minute short film that is just incredible. Music TV, also known as MTV. I mean, yes, correct, sure, yes. Gray H in YouTube chat says, why are my dwarves actively drinking the puddle of vomit outside instead of the blueberry wine they have stockpiled? Probably because they can't get to it. It's usually like a sign of desperation. But I'll also say I'm not entirely sure because I can't see your fort. I don't like that question. Neither do I, actually. Neither do I, now that you mention it. The TV show Bones had a subplot where one of the characters was the daughter of Zezy Top Band people, and she'd show up and terrify her boyfriend from time to time. What, just like appear? I've never seen that show, but... Soon they'll be killing each other if they're drinking vomit. I remember the first time I saw the Dwarven thought, is disgusted after being forced to drink vomit. And followed by, is disgusted after being forced to drink pus. And I'm like, I like this game? All right, so what was it that I needed to name a dwarf? We'll just do that first. John Everest. What do you want me to name John Everest? Diamond? So I'll read off the name dwarves and then we'll run through what this fort is. Enter Bunny, Snail, Troll, Chromatite, Neezer, Sergeant Donut, Judas, Shinobi, Necrontyr, Darius, Little Blast, and I think that's everybody. Unless I missed somebody in the list, which I probably did. Judas, who sleeps on Jesus, by the way. Killed with Style, somebody else I missed in there. I think that's everybody. Yeah. Bismuth would like a dwarf. They tend to... This is true. Every dwarf you've named has died, like, within minutes. Bismuth, do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? The youngest dwarf. I don't know which one. Okay, so we don't have any children in the fort. So I'm not going to go through the entire list and check all of their ages. Can you give me an option B? Yeah. Like, because they'll just be various different ages. I mean, I can click 3 times and give you the youngest one that I click on. I mean, the first one I clicked on was younger. The first one I clicked on was in their 60s. 76. 77. Yeah, I don't know. You'll take a leather crafter? Now Monastery is what you're currently reading. Diamond wanted me to name something John Everest, and I don't know what he wanted me to name, so if you pause back in, I'll ask. So Gary in YouTube chat says, apparently I had a water source beside the river, and instead of walking another tile to drink the water, they decided to slurp out of... That's because it's the same level of disgust for them, believe it or not. They should not be drinking water, either. He never feels lustful passions, and often is sad and dejected. Bismuth, I'm very sorry for the character assassination. Yeah, the boyfriend would be like in a dinner and would be he would look out the window and he'd be in the corner playing guitar, and then the boyfriend would be like, would get like kidnapped and be missing half the episode, and then wake up with a tattoo warning to behave. Yeah, so like that's the thing in the Zezy Top music videos is they always just appear in places. Anyway, he is often sad and dejected, and he is confident under pressure, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He does not go out of his way to help others, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He likes to take it easy, and is slow to anger, and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to avoid crowds. He cracks his knuckles when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual, so he's been through some shit. Personally, truly values merrymaking and parties and blind honesty, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. And likes platinum, smoky quartz, and hoary marmot leather, and thrones and cavies for their 3 toes, and jaguar men for their spotted coats, and the site of the diamond mines. I really like that there's a dance called Diamond Mines. And when possible, prefers to consume muck roots, acorn flies, and gutter crewer. This is a weird fucking dwarf. Likes to eat raw, like live flies, raw roots, and gutter crewer. That's basically like toilet liquor. Like, it is the worst liquor. It's like the grossest liquor of the game. Which is something. What an oddball. Yeah, right? I really like the religion name. The Coven of Saving. Just because it makes me want a quick save. And, what is that god, though? Oh, you actually worship the Safe, which is the god of fortresses. Sorry, I just have to do this. Well, actually, no, I'll do a quick save in a minute. I have to, speaking of, make a guild hall and a temple for the Copper Coven. Bro needed some saving. Seems like it, yeah. Well, he doesn't like to eat live snakes, I don't think. All right, so Diamond hasn't told me what he wants me to name John Everest. So I'm just going to name this statue John Everest. I think that's how you spelled it. How did you spell it? No, that's what he wanted me to name it. Speaking of John Everest, did you guys know that in Call of Duty there's actually a character named John Black Ops now? That you can buy with real money, which sucks, but also funny. So essentially, this fortress, I'm making obsidian because we're going to make some obsidian short swords. The goal of this fortress is I'm not using metal for weapons. I'm also not using metal for armor, unless it's an artifact. There is no metal that can be crafted into armor or weapons on this map. I'm not allowed to use goblinite. I'm also like kind of not positive if I should be allowed to like melt it down and make it into furniture. So I'm just kind of throwing it out right now. They're terrible, Greg, and then some. Like, they are awful. Rock short swords, these things. Like this dwarf's making one. I'm just gonna quick save right now because there's an ad running. Can somebody help you? You're new to DF and you can't get minecart cart tracks to go to X levels. Go down X levels? I have a minecart tutorial. Shiznit in YouTube chat. But they don't like to turn on corners if you're trying to make them turn on corners. On hills, rather. What's the best non-metal material for making weapons and armor? Wooden shields are fine. Leather armor probably is the one that I like. I would actually say the real answer is there isn't one. None of them are particularly effective as armor, but leather is my go-to. Basically, like an obsidian short sword would be about as effective as any sword in Legend of Zelda, where they just like immediately the weapon degradation just like makes them fall apart. Like you hit the enemy 3 times and it just explodes. All things in Dwarf Fortress wear out and break, unless it's an artifact. Dadrick. We bad, Hippo. It's good to have you back. For an 8th month, welcome back. All right, so yeah, I am currently in the process of making a few meeting zones. Gonna make this and that, plus we are working on the obsidian manufacturing plant down in the basement. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. This fortress was reclaimed because the original faction that I had playing it maybe it was a little bit too dead. I got, I guess, a little bit too ambitious with it. And I'm going to just geld a bunch of animals that I don't want breeding irresponsibly. And the result was that I ended up with, you know, a fortress that just didn't grow. And that kind of just won't do. Got things to do. Enjoy your lurks. Enjoy your lurks. We'll be on for 8 hours today. Maybe a little bit less. I do have something I need to do tonight. So yeah, I allowed some calamities to happen, and then I retired the fortress. And when I reclaimed it, there was like a dozen or so blind cave bears on the map. And it's a really good thing that we decided to bring. It's a really good thing that we decided to bring. How do I put this? It's a very fortunate thing that we decided to bring some elephants with us, because 5 of my dwarves died, and then one of my dwarves was able to war train one of the elephants in time, and I was able to save them and like survive the situation. Otherwise, we would have all died. See, these are obsidian short swords. So I think, yeah, I'll just do this manually. I'll just say specific weapon. Congrats, Rhinestone. Good to hear. What new in the fort? We're making obsidian short swords. I was initially like hesitant to do such a thing, but then just kind of said, you know what? To hell with it. Why don't we just make obsidian short swords? The other thing that I'm going to do with this particular uniform is we're going to use wooden shields. Now let's just see. There we go. See? Obsidian short sword. At the very least, it'll let them train with swords. So if my dwarves are able to make swords at some point, we'll get that done at the very least. Is it better than just wrestling? On paper, yeah. In reality, it's one of the, it's gonna be tricky. We'll find out. Although maybe can I say individual choice melee, but how about short swords? Oh, I see. There we go. I can do material. Can I select obsidian? Yes, I can. Stone. Swords. And I'm just going to say don't worry about footwear. I'll just make leather shoes. Nah, screw it. We'll just say leather footwear. And confirm and save uniform. So now I should be able to assign this one. That should work. So now they'll all go grab wooden shields, and as they're made, they will also grab the short swords, which is what I want. It's just really bad cutting damage. Like, I don't know. They're not very good. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if like bone bolts aren't that effective, neither are obsidian short swords. Basically, is kind of what you need to know. I need more bedrooms. Is that a dead dwarf that didn't have a bedroom? need to make these into bedrooms. I also need to just make more bedrooms. Because I've got a bunch of dwarves that don't have bedrooms. Probably also just need, like, a place for... more beds down here. Yes, but this isn't real life. In real life, yes, Obsidian is super sharp. But in Dwarf Fortress, Obsidian short swords are not the worst weapon in the game. Wooden training swords are worse. But it's not a huge difference. You're more or less just using, like, waffle bats to fight. Can you make wooden armor? You can make wooden... Can you make wooden armor? I don't know. I don't think you can. No, you can't. I know that... the elves can. So I theoretically could import wooden armor, but I don't really want to. Uh-oh. I removed my floor here. That won't do. I kind of wish that tables and chairs would just get deconstructed when they ended up in midair like this. I'm gonna have to rename Chunk's throne. No, I mean, probably not bad as like a chiseling knife. In regards to using obsidian for things like whittling. Yeah, in real life they would just shatter. YouTube chat's correct. This fortress looks so cool. It's more or less just a default fortress, but I do really like the aesthetic of it. It's gonna be nice to be able to play a fortress that isn't going to just get, like... It's gonna be nice to play a fortress that isn't going to just get, like, completely bombarded by dwarves vomiting, because it is quite literally above ground. So that'll be nice. Or that part is nice, I guess. I ran out of blocks. All right, well, this is going to be temple, and the Farmers Guild is going to go below. So this is going to be a temple for the Copper Coven. Which is this one, of the God of Minerals. It's going to be for Fortress members only, and I need to increase the value of it pretty dramatically. This up here as well needs more flooring. I'm actually just going to use this flooring. Just for color consistency, because all this needs to be replaced as well. Grumble. Those are decent until the Europeans showed up. True, yeah, no, I mean, if it's the best weapon you've got, I would take it when it comes to obsidian weapons. There was definitely lots of indigenous peoples that used like obsidian as a form of weaponry. It's definitely true. I've got some statues that are being made out of brass, and those need to get placed as well. And I'm going to put them up here on these gold walkways, because that's going to people who threw way too many subscriptions into the stream yesterday. And I thank them very much for that. Everything that you construct counts towards value, yeah. Constructed walls are worth more than non-constructed walls. Or just normal walls, I guess. Are we not making... blocks. Oh, I guess I paused that job for hauling boulders. Yeah, so like a gold floor is worth more than, you know, a wooden floor, etc. Or etc. And an engraved floor is worth more than a non-engraved floor. Did I? Hold on. I thought I said... Oh, I must have lost it when I thought I had the economy set to hard, and I was just looking at it going, that's not set to hard, what? And I think that I lost the set to hard option when I reclaimed this fortress. Must have been. Okay, let's just jump to tasks real quick. We're going to re-enable a lot of tasks. Especially because I just had a lot of dwarves migrate here. Like in value, Odin? Yes. Like smooth stone versus not smooth stone, there's a difference. You're about to make your temple out of platinum bars, that'll do her. Yeah. If you're making a fortress of monks, you guess you would use maces? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a fortress of librarians slash warrior monks, is kind of the idea. I'm going to be using bone bolts and wooden bolts and obsidian weapons, so. I kind of wish that you could make an obsidian mace. Just like, stick, wit, rock on end. Whack. Collide that with head and it would do some damage. Or a rock mace. Like, you can do that sort of, well, I mean, you can make a rock axe in adventure mode, but... Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 70 of you watching right now, which means 50 of you haven't left a like on the stream because there's only 20 likes currently. I'm sure we can make that number go up. I'm not going to pester about daily minimums today because chat was ridiculously generous yesterday. So we're good for a bit. At least until the end of the week. But stone clubs, yeah, exactly. That's not cheating. It just means that you have gold and platinum lying around, Heavy Rice. There's nothing cheating about making a floor out of gold to increase the value of something. It just means that you have the wealth. If you have it, why not use it? Okay, also, I think I need charcoal. Yeah, let's do that. Just get that rolling. So my expedition leader, who's also my manager, was very depressed for a bit, but since making them into a scholar, they're pretty consistently focused, which is really good. Like, it's satisfying the majority of their needs most of the time. Did I just see a strange mood run by? No, I didn't. But, like, we've had some pretty upset dwarves in this fort, and I'm trying to go through that. I can fix them! Kind of thing. Like, led the furnace operator. I think I'm just going to make you into a scholar and see how you like that line of work. See if that helps you out. Because these really upset dwarves, I think, like, astronomer. These really upset dwarves, I think, need some assistance here. I'm also going to give you engraving. Wait, we've got kobolds, I presume. Yep, there you are. Oh, hey, it's Prupkapapalakis, whose husband I killed not too long ago. I'm sorry. Same with, well, actually, no, I'm not sorry, but sorry, not sorry. I like that they multi-grasp daggers. There's something about that that's funny to me. True story, yes. Good name, in fact. It's always fun being in a faction close to a bunch of kobolds. So let's see, are we still digging? No, so that means that we've likely dug through the bottom of this. It does look like we've done that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go across here. And I'm going to dig into here. This is going to have a drawbridge put on it down here. And then I'm going to go up top here and I'm going to channel down through up here. So I'm going to make rock mechanisms out of obsidian. And I'm going to make a rock bridge out of obsidian. Because now I have all this lovely obsidian down here. Which means I should probably actually put a lot of my stoneworks right here. That would speed up this process. I think that'll work. We'll do that. You love how chill my streams are, relaxing, exciting when there's actually something wild happening or over the top. Most times you get the feeling it's constantly being screened at the streamers. We were talking about this earlier, kind of. I'm glad you liked it, Derekaville. You're so happy to find my tutorials, and now you're on your way to figure out how to do the military with the new fort. Hell yeah, one mechanic per fort. One new mechanic at a time. Any ideas for making Marksdwarf stop shoot? Why your Marksdwarf should stop shooting from the lower tower? Well, they can't shoot directly down through a wall. It has to be kind of, so if the enemy's too close to the tower, they can't shoot straight down through a wall. I presume they have ammo. Probably line of sight would be my bet. You could try putting grates. If you're using an overhang, you could put grates on the floor and then they can shoot straight down. But it might just be the angle that they're trying to shoot at. So let's see, how many dwarves are digging? Actually, how many miners do I have right now? 3? I think I have at least 2 more picks. Let's find out. We're already engraved upon being put down? That's weird. Why, I don't think I've ever seen that. They only shoot now the U-bend where the enemies get closer to the tower. Total gap is 20 tiles. Yeah, I don't know. That's odd. I mean, I would have to look at it. I could probably tell you why if I could see it. They might also just be out of range, or like as YouTube chat is saying, the observer skill sucks. If their observer skill is real bad. You could try assigning some war dogs to the squad. That may actually help. Maybe? Is that seems like a bug. I don't know. Like, I feel like that shouldn't happen, but. Seems like a bug, but. Let's also go back to statue. Okay, so these brass statues are just going to go up to here. And let's go bars, see what we have. 94 bars. Let's just make some more gold statues. Oh, human caravan is arriving. Bring some trade goods. You'll love to see it. Termites useful? I mean, they're termites. I don't think they have any use in Fortress mode. You might be able to throw them at somebody in Adventure mode, but... There are some things in Dwarf Fortress that just kind of exist, for lack of a better term. I kind of like putting bookcases in guilds, even though they don't get used. I really like all the different materials for these, but unfortunately they don't do anything. Because they all look the same when they're constructed. Also, dumb fun fact about Dwarf Fortress. They wear amulets on their head instead of their necks because amulets were added to the game before necks were added to the game. So, might be one of my favorite, like, silly... You know, did you know things about Dwarf Fortress? Do I have any diamonds lying around? I do. There's a lot of load-bearing code in Dwarfort. Like, a lot of things that depend on other things. Whenever he felt like it, yeah. Which is why Dwarf Fortress is so weird. The broker Doran meets with the royal treasurer Thabi and says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. They've updated my maps, apparently, and I'm going to ask them to bring me... Ooh, actually, what pets do they have? I haven't looked at this. What animals do you has, human? Slugs. Cool. Ah, excellent. That's what I was looking for. I'm going to try and import some elephants from them. They want handwear and toys. Okay. Alrighty, humans. Let's sell you some stuff. Like these wax crafts that I'm making out of my honey. Which are horribly low value. Let's also just go here. Sell you stuff I don't need. Or I'm not using. That's damaged. Not a ton of value in there. Actually, do I have, I don't. I was going to say I could sell them a hamster, but I don't have any hamsters currently. You were away at lunch? Well, welcome back, Cathode. The last kid that came of age in your fort was wearing 20 crowns, made a crown artifact, and his dreams were being a legendary warrior. I really hope that he runs into fights and just throws crowns at people. It's like, take that, you criminal scum! Right, yes. So I asked them to import hematite, but I'm not going to, what's the word? I'm not going to smelt it. I'm going to make it into bricks. So hematite is going to go into this stockpile and be made into bricks. Also, I have a new mayor. Oh, they just elected my mayor. So Enter Bunny is now my mayor, apparently. Which actually is very easy for me to sort out because while these are all given to very specific dwarves for specific reasons, I just straight up have like a lot of very high value offices like this one. Because this place used to be, you know, a different fortress. So I can just make this into a mayor's office space very easily. So that'll be an office. This will be a dining room. And this, oops, no. That'll be an office. This will be a dining room. And, well, actually, I'll just make the other half into the dining room. And then I'll just increase the value of your bedroom. What are you overlapping? Mayor and mayor. Let's also go gold tables and gold thrones. Actually, why don't I do this? Rock table. Hematite. I'm still gonna make the gold thrones. But I'm thinking like, I don't think I have enough hematite, do I? Yeah, I only, no, I think actually they can make four total, right? There's definitely multiples with beards. Do you have preference of job or is it dealer's choice? Napalm. How's the value of this one doing? Not quite up there yet, but we're getting there. With the material they deliver to you? You know, I'm not against that. Just melting down iron and steel and building walls out of it. That's kind of neat. Yeah, you know, I'd be okay with that. If chat permits it, I'll do it. Just make like a metal armor stockpile and melt down literally everything in it. Dealer's choice? Okay, Darius has been taken by a Fey mood. How about I go with Unabridged Humans, a funny book. Must be a very long, rambling, self-indulgent book. Oh, also, just as a reminder to YouTube chat, I do tend to respond to the Twitch chat more just because it's busier, but I do read what you're saying. So if I don't immediately respond, I just possibly read it in my head or didn't feel the need to. So just do keep that in mind. Nice. Thank you for the main monitor view, Erudimon, who also probably just got caught in a, like, ad after typing that. Sideburns has a very calm demeanor and rarely looks on others with lust, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and tends to think before acting, tends to hang on to grievances, and doesn't think before acting, and he tends to think before acting, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He is very humble, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is not personally interested in what others think of him. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and stammers when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family, and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and does not particularly value the truth. You can, Phil, but that's an adventure mode feature. He'll get him started on whatever he wants him to get started about. Spectacle. Don't tell him how to live his life. Why is he talking in third person? Your poems always have no particular subject? I want to say that's just because you suck at them, but I could be wrong. He personally sees competition as wasteful and silly and does not particularly value the truth and dreams of raising a family. Likes bronze and blue jade, as well as alpaca leather, clownfish tooth, and earrings, hake for their notched fins, and when possible prefers to consume giant hore marmot and tomatillo wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Oh, also, chat, next week on Tuesday is my birthday. And it's there is a event happening on Steam that I'm taking part in. It's not something I'm getting paid to take part in. It's just something I like to do called Turn-Based Fest, which came from a hashtag Turn-Based Thursday. So I will be playing some adventure mode, and I will be playing some Approaching Infinity, which left early access. for my birthday. It'll be probably an 8-hour stream if I had to bet. But that's something that's happening next week. So if you're looking for some adventure mode things, tune in on Tuesday next week. It's just gonna be a one shot. I was thinking about what I want to do, and I think I want to become a legendary poet. I'm gonna go around and tell poems and maybe try and solve some crimes or something. There's a bunch of streamer on Twitch who played video games. Really? That's weird. About dwarves? I'm bad at poems. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing. The fact that those two lines rhymed is a glitch. So noticing the remaining enemies in the kill hallway have lost the ability to stand. Ah. I mean, bruising and battery will do that. YouTube chat. He's reading a copy of The Unabridged Human Has No Friends and Clappering is his last name. Welcome to the fort. And you worship the god of minerals, by the way, I should note. Sounds like a story that I'd read. Phil Connor. Actually, no, it'd be really fun. A poet that, like, pickpockets everybody. So, like, try and wrestle coins out of people's pockets while also telling poems. I think that's what we're going to do. But also make people like you enough that they buy you drinks. Also, I have caught 8 live hamsters that keep on gnawing their way out of confinement. I should sell those wood cages. Hold on. Turns out they can just get out of these. Now, once this is completed, all I have left to do is make a farmer's guild, which is going to go down here. So I'm just going to queue this up. And this is going to be a farmer's guild. I will approve that. It needs quite a bit more value too, but, you know, at the very least we've got it built now. Thinking this is going to be like a wildlife garden. Let's do... Ooh. 2 hematite blocks, maybe? Let's throw some doors in here. Not hatches, doors. Ooh, I've got a mica door. I'll throw that in. Mica, jet, jet, and jet. My day's pretty good, Clutch. How's yours? Nothing really to complain about over here. Just chilling. Just vibing. Day's still getting started. I'm still kind of waking up. Today's like one of those slow wake-up days. I don't know if you ever have those, but doing okay. You captured a gremlin? Congrats! Hold up. Why is that? There was a dwarf climbing my stairs. Well, it's like, why are you climbing the wall instead of just walking up the stairs like a normal dwarf? What's wrong with you? All right, so I'm gonna go. Did I? Right, yeah, so there was a forgotten beast down here. But, like, did I, remove the access to down here? Oh, I know what's happening. The burrow's on. I hadn't turned it off after I set up that area the first time. That's horrid. I hope that you get well soon. So that's the worst. You've been dealing with brain fog? Yeah, I don't think this is brain fog. Also, I don't know why this dwarf isn't wearing a shirt. Probably because they're in the military. So let's just make leather armor. Actually, this dwarf is straight up just running around with pants on and no shirt. That's pretty badass. Works furiously. Gold nuggets, rope reed cloth, tower cap logs, and resin opals. Cool. Fancy, whatever it is. And because this is the mayor's office and dining room, we can go here, imitate table, and a gold table, and a gold table, throne, gold, and gold. Let's also do, I don't know, 2 jet chests. And we'll throw a cabinet over there. I should have... No, I don't. I was going to say I should have some weapon racks, but... Yeah, some places just have low wind, but walls and trees can block wind. So if there's trees around them, then you might want to chop those down. Or put it on a hill and see if that works. How do you do that? When you retire or abandon or lose a fortress, there is a button on the embark screen, which is reclaim a fortress, and it lets you move back into a destroyed fortress. You do have to clean it up. Like, all the bodies still remain. So this fortress... Immediately, a bunch of dwarves died because there was some, like, mean animals in the fort that killed a bunch of my dwarves, blind cave bears. And I had to clean up all the bodies from the previous fort, so some of the moods are pretty rough because of that. But the end result was, export of earrings. Oh, no. The end result was we now have a fortress that was already constructed for us. Gold weapon rack. Gold armor stand. So down here, I'm just gonna do... Nah, don't need to do that. Let's just do a drawbridge. Made out of obsidian. I'm gonna go over here as well. And I'm going to make... Get out of this. You're going on a quick walk and you're going to get some air? Well, you have a good walk. I'm thinking over here is where I'm going to put my forge. I don't want to put the forge directly on top of this. So maybe like right next to it. I do think that would work. And then over here, I think we'll do our stoneworks industry. Darius, the chief medical dwarf, has created Rulitus Keshmuds, a frilly rope reed skirt. Daw. And offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. That's officially... I'm gonna make that my mayor's uniform. There it is. It's now officially the mayor's uniform. Enjoy it, Mr. Mayor. Enjoy it. As well as over here. We now have weapons for everybody. So now that we have weapons for everybody, I'm just going to get the military training like right here. I don't know who got a dog, but congrats to whoever got a dog. I don't know what Zeliard's on about, but... We've got some more dwarves that are migrating to the fort. Never a bad thing. Any kind of clothing stockpile is where that would end up. This game surprises you every time about how versatile it is. You can also reclaim AI-built fortresses. So like the World Gen forts, Remreed in YouTube chat, can be reclaimed by your fortress as well. So you could play a fortress that the game built. And all of the weird monsters that may live there are yours to deal with now. Can't find it in clothing or finished goods. It may also be considered metal. I don't know. It's some of those generated fabrics can be weird in where they get placed. Are World Gen forts ugly? They have a charm to them. They're pretty samey. They're more. I would describe them more as labyrinthine. Although I think most things that I didn't build are ugly. So there's that. I've reclaimed forts and like made them look really intentional in their design, even if they didn't look that way initially. So you can certainly do it. It's just, you know, a matter of doing it. Okay, so I'm gonna just go up and down here and just do this. Well, actually, no. Before I do that, I'm gonna deconstruct this. Deconstruct this hatch, and I'm gonna go all the way down. I'm gonna get rid of all of these wall pieces. I'm also going to deconstruct this. I'm gonna do the same thing on this one, because this is technically a World Gen port. I'm also gonna deconstruct that so I can get to it. Your previous fort was a reclaimed fort. You had to deal with forgotten beasts that declared it their home. Ah. Well, how dare you take its home? That's rude. That's a home invasion, man. Or like that one Let's Play I never finished that just had, was full of were-elephants. Honestly, kind of horrifying. Like, honestly, truly, and genuinely kind of horrifying. We are also picking fruits. Two home invasions make a place invasion, maybe. But they certainly don't make a right. Gonna have to wait until I have some more jet lying around. One thing at a time. How's the value of you doing? Not quite there yet. I can throw some statues into here. You are high enough value that I can assign the sacred gold. And I'm gonna give it to, let's give it to Troll. Troll, you can be my sacred gold. I'm gonna get these dwarves training, while this dwarf is just bringing sand in. Gotta love that. Your ankle is bleeding, dwarf. That doesn't seem good. Also got some pretty talented swords dwarves, so I think I will replace or toss in some of these dwarves that just have skill to hopefully train them a little quicker. Not quite the value yet. How is it now? Yeah, there we go. So this is now a completed guild hall. So all of my guilds seem to be happy. Oh, great. Now I have a craftsdwarf skill. Did I ever remake that weaponsmith's guild? I guess I didn't. No, I did. Okay, hold on. I need to drastically increase the value of this guild so that they hang out up here. You'll head to bed and lurk from there. Well, cheers. You have a good night. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a bit out of my realm here. I don't think I usually just get like sell the fabrics, so I'm not entirely sure the answer. You right here. Okay, let's just go to mechanisms. And everything that isn't made of obsidian is just going to be forbidden temporarily, except for you. I'm going to unforbid you so that I can make you do this. And then I'll just go rock mechanisms. No, not this screen. Mechanisms. And then we'll just unforbid all of them. We're gonna get to work. It's quite tedious. I use drawbridges and stairs. So basically build a line of, like a tower of stairs. So like if you want to make a sheer wall, right? I just need an open area. I don't really have any. Here, let's go down to the caverns. I'll show you. Like if you want to build a sheer wall, just, you know, build your wall, designate your wall out of whatever. They'll build the bottom one, build stairs like right there, and then when the stairs are done, build a drawbridge on each layer of the wall. When you're done constructing it, deconstruct the drawbridge, and then just deconstruct the stairs one layer at a time. That's what I did here. So like I just built this wall, built 2 stairs here, and now I just need to come over here and deconstruct this stair. I'm also going to do a bunch of clear cutting. The elves are going to hate me. Because up here needs to be dug out a bit. Because I don't want things to be able to climb my walls with trees. Yeah, I want them to be able to get out so they can get out there. And there. That's something I like. Like, I see a lot of people complaining about Dwarf Fortress's, like, building construction because it's tedious. And I don't disagree. However, like, the kind of asterisk I have to the I don't disagree line there is there is enough fun tricks that, in my opinion, are really satisfying and fun to learn that I think that the tedium is worth learning, because once you figure out those tricks, it becomes a very satisfying system to build within. Like, I feel like, personally, I wish there was scaffolding, right? Like, maybe just, like, a building that could only be built with logs or something. That just acted like a bridge, but maybe was quicker to build. Stuff like that. Like, I think that would solve that, like, immediately, but... It's also, yeah, the fact that you can designate multiple levels at a time, and the fact that you don't need to deconstruct floors to build on top of floors, yeah, it's much easier than it used to be. But that's also not really a good reason. All right, so let's start some pumping, shall we? I just did. Somebody go clip the trick that I said for building vertical standalone walls. I mean, another thing is, like, if you want to build indoors a whole bunch, well, I guess, yeah, I have to go to a layer where I can build indoors. Like, if I want to build a room right here, just do this. You can build flooring inside of it to just, like, make it the same shape. If I want to build, like, a structure on the surface, I could just go up to here. I could say, build me a square with walls, put floors into here, and then if I want to build a roof on it automatically, just do this. Like, I don't know. and then, like, just put a ramp right here so that they can use that and then delete the ramp after the fact, like, suddenly you have a hut. Like, I don't know. I don't find it that tedious. Or just toss upstairs next to them and then take them down later. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. At least I think it's straightforward. Yeah, I guess Minecraft does have scaffolding, doesn't it? Okay, so this down here is filling. I don't want it to get too full, though. So now what I need to do is this. Let's pull this. We're going to make some more obsidian, chat. You guys ready to make some obsidian? I'm ready to make some obsidian. We're going to make a bunch more obsidian than we did previously as well. Okay, so that's going to go there. Click down. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to go across here. It's gonna be a nice looking moat. I was gonna put obsidian floors at the bottom of it. How many times have you turned on some water, then to move into a completely different forgetting said water? I mean, I don't build my water setups in a way that would flood my fortress generally. So if you're asking how many times have I flooded my fortress, I feel like, well, I mean, if you want to see me flood my fortress a whole bunch, just go watch the not the most recent big video I did, but the one before that says fear in the thumbnail. If you want to see me flood a fortress a bunch, that's the place to do it, because that's like all that fort is me flooding stuff. But outside of that, like, I don't know, it's not something that I often end up doing because I'm pretty good at avoiding it at this point. But I guess at that point, it's just a matter of staying on task, right? It's plenty of water. Watch him quickly drown your... It's also like a matter of making sure that your the places that you're going to be storing the water should probably be like completely separated from the rest of the fort. You know, maybe I'll just make this into my obsidian forge, or this into my metalsmith's forge. It's pretty convenient, actually. Because I could just deconstruct this wall, widen this a little bit. Should be easy enough. Maybe after this obsidian cast. ADHD yourself and other tasks. Well, I'm not sure what to tell you there, mate. I'm not sure what to tell you on that one. Not sure what to tell you. What do I have for blocks? Yeah, we'll just use this stuff. Then I pull this lever. Although I'm a little bit worried that the volcano has, or that the lava chute here hasn't refilled. An angry dwarf. We've got 5 of those. Which one would you like? Queen matchup with the tavern keep went horribly wrong. Got a notification that the queen was found dead, and behold, there she lies in a pile of vomit on the courtesy of the tavern keeper. Oh my gosh. The tavern keeper. You know, honestly, I kind of suspected that might happen. The fact that you assigned him as a tavern keeper. I read that the other day and I was like, I wouldn't have done that, but... Is if you accidentally place a large plot of floors and walls, you have to manually destroy each one? No, you don't. You want me to blow your mind, Austin in YouTube chat? Huge plot of floors. Okay? Now you're saying that you have to manually just destroy each one. You could do this if you hate yourself. But look at this. See this? This button right here? Dun da da dun. You don't have to manually destroy each one. You were Annabelle in the YouTube chat was just like, I was thinking the same thing. Sorry, Austin. Or back in the day, it was what? QZZZZZ, or was it QX? I mean, they just said Lamau FML, so... I presume so? Fish with eggs, yeah. You should be more experimental with your food, my friend. There's so many good flavors, you just have to try them. But, Big Buzza, led the recruit. You would like to be led. Okay, can do. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for Stonecoat keeping that sub alive for 18 months? Big Baza is very comfortable around others that appear different from himself. Hi, Hobo. How are you? He finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values nature and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And dreams of creating a masterwork someday. My thumb hurts for some reason. He likes bismuth, copper, and red glossier and crystal glass, and giant gray langer bone. The color rust, gems, maces, chains, and when possible prefers to consume rye beer. And, where was I? Absolutely hates lizards. And worships Ekest, which is the safe, which is the god of fortresses. Thank you, Stonecoat. Stonecoat? What? Thank you, Stonecoat. What am I saying? We just got less upset, which is Sergeant Donut. Well, that's good. He remembers attending a sermon. Well, that's funny. I feel like this dwarf needs to just go to church. Wants to acquire things. Yeah, I don't know. Another round. Trell, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. So let's let this all go in here. I'm not sure what that means in this context, Trell. I mean, it is a bot that automatically reposts beer when you post beer, Zelyard. So, always struggle with the mid game. You can keep a small pop going really well, and anytime you try to expand, it goes very poorly, very fast. I mean, that comes with experience, and also that's part of the fun, I guess. Oh, I know. I mean, trust me, you're not alone. Like, that's, if anybody subscribes in Brazil, or like, there was I don't want to call it a controversy, but like when Twitch first added regional pricing, like subs from Turkey were suddenly valued at like 17 cents or something. I don't care, mate. Like, just you having the emotes and being able to use the emotes is like passive marketing in and of itself, so. You pay what your region has to pay and don't worry about it. Yes, it is my bot. I just don't put the word bot in its name. Yeah, no, I think like there was some people that got real mad when Twitch implemented regional pricing. I genuinely think it was one of the best things that Twitch ever did. Like, it's just like, it's weird to me that there are some people that don't like the opt-in or opt-out sales that Twitch does, where you can get where you can accept a slightly lower amount of money per subscription in exchange for a discount. So like, you can basically put your subs on sale, and it's opt-out. So if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But like, do people not know what a sale is? Like, that's how sales work. The like person selling the thing gets less money for the thing to sell more of the thing. Like, I don't see an issue, because everybody wins. Same for buying games too. Absolutely. Like, you know, Valve gets less money, and so like a 30% off sale isn't Valve being nice to you. It's it's the developer deciding we're going to make less money. I think the reason that it annoyed some people is because previously when Twitch has done sales, they've always been sponsored by somebody, and it's like September or whatever, and then the sponsor eats the the cost difference or the value difference, which, you know, isn't the case. Also, I kind of screwed this up. I'm just realizing I need to deconstruct this wall. And then move it one down. Otherwise, I'm not going to get all the obsidian. Whoops. I'm not going to lie, the cult of Gabe Newell is a little strange to me. This is absolute cinema. Thank you, man. The cult of Gabe Newell. You know, like people that are just like unapologetic Gabe Newell fans. There's kind of a lot of those people. Yeah. Like, I like Valve. Valve's made some cool games, but the borderline religions that follow Gabe Newell and the Gabe Newell fandom are very odd to me. I mean, sure, he's one of the easier to respect wealthy video games moguls. However, even though he's harder to hate, he's harder to hate than Tim Sweeney, but Tim Sweeney just makes it easy. So I don't know. Tim Sweeney fucked with Bandcamp, so Tim Sweeney's my mortal enemy forever. It's a little bit predatory, and like, just like, all you need is like 1 or 2 interviews with Valve guys talking about loot boxes, and I kind of go, ew. So this isn't refilling. This is fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen one of these not refill. Something just occurred to me. I reclaimed this. Did they invert the liquid bug? Because if that's the case, I have to drain the magma sea. I've never seen these not refill before. Well, fixed, sure, but it's supposed to refill. No, it wasn't. It was last major patch, but like, it's still supposed to refill. It's not refilling. Hold on a second. I need to try something else. What I need to do is I need to find some water that's connected to the edge of the map and drain it and see if it refills. Sure, you could breed a Cyclops. They're not going to be friendly, though. Save first? Why would I bother saving? That's fascinating. Because if that's the case, okay, hold on. Let's cast this. Why would you want it to be friendly? I don't know. But yes, I mean, if you happen to have two that are male and female, they might make babies. They also might not. I mean, I had 3 giants at one point, and they never made babies, and I was very sad. What was funny is it was like 2 male giants and a female giant, and they were all the 2 male giants were just lonely and wanted to be near family the whole time. I was like, oh man, they're too forever alone to go after the cute lady. I found it very funny. You can get homosexual chickens, mate. Something I really like about the code under the hood is any creature that has a child with another creature very, very, very briefly gets married if you're looking at, like, the code output in DFHack. So if you happen to have a gay rooster, you'll never get fertilized eggs. Which I just... Goddamn gay ducks. No, man. That's funny. Randy Pitchford is easy to hate, yeah. Although, I wonder about Randy Pitchford. Not in the, like, is he nuts kind of thing, but, like, I wonder about Randy Pitchford because... Like, I know people who are huge fans of Borderlands. My cousin is one of them. He fucking loves Borderlands. He always goes on about how much he loves Borderlands, just like as a franchise. And I'm like, nah. On Borderlands kind of entirely. Like, I don't care. Like, it's just a really difficult franchise for me to care about in, like, any real way. And yet at the same time, it just has these diehard fans that, like, I don't get. And I wonder if it's just like, people who are very plugged into video games know who Randy Pitchford is and dislike Randy Pitchford, and then everybody else is like, cool video game, and just buys video game. Because, like, I think that his weirdness almost says more about the people who think he's weird. It's like, wait, maybe we're just too obsessed with this industry. But I'm not disagreeing that he's weird. He's a very strange individual. It kind of seems that way, yeah. Lanix. I don't know. Ask, I mean, I could try refreshing the thing. It should work. There's no reason it shouldn't be working. I just kind of didn't mention it because, like, it's one of those things that usually I don't really have a way to fix. I can refresh the cache, but that's it. I don't like doing live, what's it called? Tech support. No. What's a word for deciphering issues? I'm just, like, having no brain day. Also, Lennox, seriously, thank you very much for the 26 months. It is 26 months already. It's crazy. Can you be a gay duck? I don't have any ducks, so no. I guess I'm, like, the only person who thinks this. Whenever I see BL in reference to video games, my brain goes to Blacklight Retribution. Did anybody else on planet Earth play that game, or was that just me? It was a cool fucking video game. You're just messing. All right, cool, cool, cool. You remember that game? It was a free-to-play FPS that had, like, a built-in wall hack. It was, like, the whole gimmick. It was a cool thing. I don't know. So, I'm currently concerned that because I reclaimed this map, the magma sea is just going to infinitely drain. So what we're going to do is I'm going to cast this obsidian right here. I'm very happy I didn't build a pump. I'll put it that way. I'm going to cast this obsidian. Then we're going to cast what's in here. And then I'm just going to start casting my way straight down. We're just going to dump water in there slowly. Because, like, why not? That should be enough. Think about the ores we can dig up. Well, it would be pretty fun to completely flood the magma sea. How our boy wasn't Bobby Kotick talking about how he wanted to buy TikTok for a minute there? Like, that was the last time I saw him in the news. I don't know, probably being a weirdo. You'll hit semi-molten rock. Yeah, you can't dig through semi-molten rock. He wanted to invest in the metaverse. I mean, he used to own a pretty successful one called World of Warcraft. Which, I know that that's an MMO, not a metaverse, but, like... I mean, what really is a metaverse if not just a shitty MMO? James Croc in YouTube chat, hello. Also Lazarus as well. Never got the Borderlands obsession? It's an offline loot. It's Borderlands is to Destiny what Torchlight is to Diablo. How's that? That's like Borderlands in a nutshell. It's the offline loot shooter. My favorite, like, Bobby K thing was when he asked people in a public statement to stop posting pictures of him with devil horns on the internet because it was making dating hard. Because people kept Googling him and then seeing him, like, next to, like, questionable flags and, like, devil horns. When your computer stops running. Bojack. I mean, I had 450 dwarves in a fort not too long ago. Chat has been doing their job? What? Oh, running the thingy? Yeah. I don't know. I know some people who really like playing solo Borderlands. Like, I don't know. I mean, I was saying this yesterday. Like, a bad video game is good with friends. And I think that because of the way Borderlands co-op works, it's very much that. But every time a character talks, you feel annoyed. Yeah. 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 I mean, I don't care about Borderlands. Like, for me, when it comes to Borderlands, I just don't care. That's all it really is. I don't think I've ever done New Game Plus in a video game. Like, ever. Actually, that's not true. That 3D platformer where you play as a snake named Noodle. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. I played that game, and the New Game Plus was required to, well, not required to it. The New Game Plus let you see where all the collectibles were. Snake Pass, that was it, yeah. And I played that. I would say a New Game Plus. So because there's little dirt piles appearing, this is going to eventually clear up and go away, which is good. So I think before I completely dig all of this lava out, I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to dig out a little space. Actually, I might even ramp this up 1, so it's too high. And then I'm going to dig out a little space beneath it, and I'm just going to drain some of this lava into here, 1 layer down, into here. The reason I'm going to do it this way is so that I just have a little surplus of lava in case it doesn't actually fill. No, why don't I just channel down right here? That'll be fine. Build stairs later. You can never have too much lava. Well, the thing is, you say that. You do say that, but I think there is a point where there's, oh no, too much lava. Not really. To me, like, New Game Plus is like a linear experience where you can continue with upgrades. Dwarf Fortress is a non-linear experience without any built-in progression. So I don't know if I necessarily would call it that, but I guess you could. Too Much Volcano? That's a song? What? Making the slog more important? That's an interesting take. It's trading season again. And let's go here. I need to start making clothing soon. Is something I'm realizing. So I need to keep or check in on how much clothing I actually have just lying around. I also was making wooden spikes, wasn't I? That's actually kind of funny. You know what, let's do this. I'm selling hamsters, chat. We are officially a pet store.
Woo!
Because the first word, yeah, you'll get those periodically. I got one once. Just click send it. It don't matter. Get your hamsters here in a free gilded cage. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's the question. Is it a 300 dwarf buck hamster, or are they just paying for the cage? I like to think they're just paying for the cage, but like the hamster's like the free bonus that comes with the cage. No, you don't have to worry about the door getting slammed in. You know, speaking of Borderlands, this is like the most I've thought about Borderlands in a long ass time. They made a Borderlands movie. Like, they actually made that. And I realize that's like kind of a dumb statement. It's like, yeah, duh, they made that movie. But they made that movie and it came out. Oh, I know it flopped. But like, they made a Borderlands movie. What the fuck? Like, that's where I'm at with like, it's just, they really did fucking make that thing. Weird. Sorry, it's just something that's been in my brain for a little bit. Wrong movie, but in regards to Chicken Jockey. Speaking of like kids movies and video games movies, one of my favorite things that you can say, or that parents will say about a kids movie or a video game movie, is, it was fine, I watched it. Which is like all I've heard about the Minecraft movie. It's fine, I watched it. Well, yeah, of course no one saw the Monster Hunter one, because that was made by the same people that make the Resident Evil movies. Which means the 50 people that go to every single Resident Evil movie went to go see it, and that was it. That can be applied to just about every Jack Black movie. I like Jack Black. Like, kind of genuinely, I like Jack Black. Or maybe I just have, like, an unreasonable amount of nostalgia for School of Rock. And don't actually like Jack Black. I'm just going to ask you, if you see it up again in the future, just pick somebody. I don't need to play a mini game to name somebody. So if you want to name something after somebody, tell me who to name it. Don't try and make a thing out of it. I changed the naming and the wording of the role to try and disincentivize that. I'll allow it, but like, please don't. Just, if somebody wants it, just let them redeem it. That's why it's cheap now. Okay, well, we got our platinum. I'm gonna name an elephant calf Bobby Kotick. I don't have any pandas. I can't name a panda Jack Black. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. That's not true. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He often is nervous, and he is slow to anger, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and does not go out of his way to help others. Well, that part's true. And he'll gain his name after a bit. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. That's just a Dwarven culture, and that's him. Also, the first person to post 5 beers on YouTube gets a dwarf. Sorry, naming an elephant Bobby Kotick was just too funny. I couldn't resist. Sometimes a thing just pops into your brain and you're like, well, I'm doing that now. Just making sure that all these are satisfied. My mayor needs a weapon rack, etc. I need more charcoal as well. Oh, they just stopped, like, haven't made any, rather. We'll get to it eventually. Actually, maybe I'm out of gold. No, not out of gold bars. Actually, I might be out of gold bars. Yeah, I think I'm out of gold bars. Let's smelt some gold. Yeah, You also smelt that platinum because there's only 2, so we'll just do that manually. And then up here... No. Smelt, gold. Gold ore. I don't actually know how many I have. Probably more than 2, I would presume. Why am I not seeing... There's no freaking way in hell I'm out of gold ore. Weird. I think I was the first person ever to stream Path of Acra because I streamed it when it ran in a web browser. I have finished Caves of Cut on streams several times. Not the 1.0 version, though. I got pretty close, but my build kind of started to fail me towards the end. We're also about to get hit by an ad break, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. So yeah, I can safely say that I played Path of Acra before it was cool. I wouldn't say frequently, but... Simplest way to get rid of caged prisoners. You don't care if the cages they use a garbage dump or a lava pit and toss them all. If you make a pit pond, you can assign the prisoners one by one to the pit, and they'll just throw them in. Yeah, I'm in Acra's credits. This is true. I'm also in Jupiter Hell's credits. Is your chair still holding up? I can't remember where I put it. I may have unnamed it, James. But Baltiri is the first person to put the beers into the chat. So Baltiri, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard, or would you like to name something that isn't a dwarf? No, but if the dwarf cancels the job, Austin, if a dwarf cancels the job, then they will break free. YouTube has leaderboards, and I have no idea what the rankings mean or how it works. What the hell? Is it like most talking? Apparently you guys get XP now. What the heck is all this? Sorry, I just discovered a tab that I've never seen before in YouTube chat. The heck's going on? It's weird. Drinking coffee and confused at YouTube's user experience. Dwarf with a beard crafts dwarf if possible. How about a stone crafter? Like this one. Veil Salve never feels tempted to overindulge in anything. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals and has a great trouble when mastering fear when confronted by danger. Chad asked me a little while ago if I ever start like pumping water somewhere and then forget about it. I do sometimes say that I will name a dwarf and then forget about it. I think I do that the most often. He is confident under pressure and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He's bothered by this since he values friendship. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Apparently you get XP. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck for, but... Here, I'll for anybody who's confused, Twitch, this is the menu that I'm looking at. It says it's the... So there's... this tiny little tab up here at the top of YouTube chat. I don't know why you're getting XP. I guess I should ask this. It's a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 special get top 3 special badges in chat. It resets every stream. You can always try again. You'll need to collect experience points or XP. So by talking and throwing money at my face, you earn XP, apparently. The hell? Okay. I guess it means you be yapping. Anyway, what was I doing right? Naming a dwarf. You get experience for yapping. Where was I? He is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship. He occasionally could lose focus on the matter at hand and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He's quick to anger, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and is very humble and is slow to trust others and sometimes acts without deliberation. He enjoys the company of others and exhales sharply when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally sees engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life and dreams of creating a great work of art. Like selenite and rose gold, as well as crystal opal and clear glass, and amber and large gems and menacing spikes and cows for their haunting moves. In the words of the Golden Gorge, it's a new one, and the sound of the tressed lilac and the sight of the velvet meadows. Velvet of meadows, and when possible, he prefers to consume gray squirrel, horse cheese, and apple cider. You're a member of the Coven of Saving, who worships the god of fortresses, and you're part of the faction, obviously. Welcome to the fort. The YouTube chat's been getting more active as of late, and I don't know why, but it has. It's been a steady climb. I think at some point there will be parity, but cold pizza for breakfast is amazing. I like a plain, like a not super greasy pizza with like a thinner crust with a fried egg on top. But that's more just a me thing. Jesus. No, I mean, like, people showing up every day and talking is what makes an active chat, right? Like, I haven't seen JJ in a while, but JJ kept the chat active for a bit. Wonder what JJ's been up to, actually. I mean, it's like fat and grease and carbohydrates. What's not to like? Like, quite literally, like, that's... It's like the three pinnacles of human unhealth. Was JJ in chat yesterday? Oh, I didn't see him. Oops. Sorry, JJ. You put your leftovers on the air fryer is good? Yeah. I miss the fact that my old apartment, right before I moved out, my landlord bought me a new stove, which was a convection oven, which is what, an air fryers. So I had like a nice stove with a fan at the back. It makes me want to buy a new stove, but like I should save money for like a year and work on this mortgage before I start buying new appliances. I'm actually going to disagree with pizza is probably one of the greatest things that humans have ever invented. And retort with, I think plumbing is the greatest thing humans have ever invented. Pizza's up there, but probably in the top 20. Clean water and plumbing. Second best thing. Because, like, imagine a world with pizza, but no plumbing. It's like, imagine a world with Taco Bell, but no plumbing. Yeah, true. On-demand hot water. James Croc says antibiotics are better than plumbing. You know, if I had to choose between plumbing and antibiotics, I think I would. I think I would go for plumbing, man. Because yeah, I think I would go for plumbing. I realize this is maybe the dumbest discussion I've had in a very long time. Certainly up there. What about painkillers? You know, whenever people talk about painkillers, or just the words painkiller, first off, painkiller gets stuck in my head. He is a painkiller! Followed by, then I start thinking about weird guns and people can fly. Aren't they making another painkiller game? I think they are, right? I think they are, and I don't think it's people can fly. Airplanes are better than plumbing? I'm just gonna disagree with that. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna disagree that airplanes are better than plumbing. I mean, useful, sure, but maybe that just kind of reads like a billionaire take to me. You know, like the sort of thing that like Bezos would say. It's like, my private helicopter is the best invention of all time, kind of saying. It's like saying that limos are more important than trains, you know? I think I'm gonna stand by my statement that the most important human invention is plumbing. Sticking with it. Yours is pizza, toilet paper, antibiotics. What? Why don't you just use the 3 shells like the rest of us, Spectacle? Are you trying to say that you don't know how to use the 3 shells? Might be the wildest thing I've heard of. Doesn't even know what the shells are for, man. Doesn't even understand the reference either. Sag. Children. You're not sure you want to know? It's... Are you trying to tell me you've never seen Demolition Man? You're not sure you want to know. The hell? It's the 3 shells. Old? Okay, Grandpa. It's not that old. It's a classic. I mean, come on. Kids these days. What's up, Ghost Wizards? Those things, man. Do you know how to use the 3 shells? You don't watch movies in general? Missing out. I will also say that, like, I'm aware. I'm turning 31 in less than a week, so I'm definitely aware of how long ago 1993 was. I don't know, man. It's a classic. That's like not understanding a Terminator reference. Also, for reference, it's literally about a perfect utopian society, and then suddenly a criminal shows up that's like been frozen for a long time, and nobody knows how to deal with him because nobody commits crimes anymore because they live in a utopia. It actually ages pretty well, and so they do the logical thing, which is they bring a cop from the past to the future. To you know, deal with the criminal from the. They need they need an evil cop to deal with an evil villain, basically. Okay, so Lonely Guardsman, get out of my chat. Go see Terminator. Come back, and I require a book report, minimum 1,000 words. If it's written in ChatGPT, I will know. I mean, he just runs around, like, beating people up. I think Demolition Man is just a movie of anti-heroes. Like, nobody's... Like, even the bad guy is, like, likable enough that he isn't really the bad guy. Like, he's a groveling evil guy, but he's, like, cartoonish in a way that, like, everybody's kind of evil. Enter Bunny finally meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they say, let's discuss your situation. And I'm going to just request more ore. Also, yeah, no culture, and like there's some references and things in that movie that age really well. Like, culture is dead. There is no creativity anymore. So instead of listening to music, people just listen to recorded ads. So they'll just be listening to like infomercials that are being sung, and they're like, oh, you know, this one's a classic. And the only restaurant that's left is Taco Bell. It's a great movie. Like, seriously. Is it like Idiocracy? I would say it's a better movie than Idiocracy. Only 7 years left until crime is gone. I can't wait, man. Like in Armageddon. I should watch Armageddon again. I mean, utopia versus dystopia comes down to whether or not you have a decently developed enough brain to be able to discern the difference. In a lot of cases. I'm just gonna request hematite and then make it into rocks, or make it into bricks. It looks cool. Well, it's just like Ghostbusters had a huge cigarettes campaign around it, which is why everybody in that movie smokes. All right, so... Nope, that's not what I needed. I needed Obsidian. How are you doing, Ghost Wizards? It's good to see you, mate. Hope things have been well. Nope, this is vanilla. Or a vanilla gameplay that you're watching. Well, I guess I do have DF Hack running, but it's not really a mod. It's kind of a different thing. For more dwarfs. I think I have the population cap set to 100, so we should be hitting that pretty soonish. Making some more bedrooms while we're at it. Definitely a worse use of space. But I'll do one like this anyway, and we'll see if it grows on me. Do I like Duke Nukem? No. I think the gameplay is fine, but no, I don't like Duke Nukem. I think that the protagonist is a horrible, unlikable fuck who doesn't have a unique thought in his brain and just quotes movies that people haven't seen and then think it's a Duke Nukem quote. I think the writing is terrible. I think the level design is cool. And I think for the time it was a neat first-person shooter because you could look up. Which wasn't... which isn't a novel thing these days, but was a novel thing at the time. Actually, no, let's not get rid of these. So no, I don't like Duke Nukem YouTube chat. And Doom has better gunplay. I'd rather play Quake or Doom. than Duke Nukem. I wouldn't know. I'm not a gamer, so in regards to looking up. Although I did watch a very long YouTube video once about how levels are designed to make you not have to look up because nobody looks up. So, you know, I think there is actually some truth to that statement. This is true. In regards to Nine Inch Nails having a pretty good Quake soundtrack. Uh-oh. What kind of last name is that? The Were-Tortoise Hawk Spish-Hab-Piss? Spish-Hab-Piss has come. A tortoise twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow azure. Its midnight scales are round and close set. You will know why you fear the night. Sorry, that's just a natural response. Where the hell is it, though?
No.
Yeah. Ain't he cute? Worships two gods. Killed, Alban Drumgear, the Eye of Dothraki damned corpse. It's gonna fight with my elephants. So in a battle of elephant versus were-turtle, who wins? Apparently the elephant gored it already. Let's see how this goes. The piss tortoise. Is that anything like, oh shit, what's the name of that song? The Abyss by, Knower? No, don't do it, kiddo! I know you have a toy axe, but please don't play with that toy axe! You're gonna die! Okay, well, kiddo's been bit. Kiddo charged it with a toy axe, and, did you please tell me you hit it with the toy axe? The child punches the were-tortoise. Child bites the were-tortoise after getting bit by the were-tortoise, which tore apart the fat. I mean, I respect it, but, like, rest in peace, kid. This is why we shouldn't give kids weapons. It's also now killing my elephants and becomes a human. My elephants are both exhausted and injured, but not dead, so that's good. I mean, the government knows. Chump rock. Necron Tyr, who's the noseless, slashes the human in the head with a short sword, which does tear apart the muscle. He's very noseless. Is afraid after seeing the human die. But, I mean, it killed a child, so we shall get rid of your body. It's grim, but it's true. Well, let's just see what we default to. Let's unforbid this, get you linked up. Enable this. Let's see. Those are my smiths. I've got one farmer, but I do have a farmer's guild. I've got a bearded metal crafter. I've got a tons of bearded farmers, but they're not farmers specifically. They're herbalists or tanners. It doesn't matter because you killed it after it turned. Necrontyr. Oopsies. I was trying to pause the game, but I had the thing selected. Welcome to the fort, Hippo. You are married to Stukos. You worship the god of minerals. He never becomes angry. He is very single-minded and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He is always looking for a way to better his situation and is very humble. He could be considered rude and doesn't mind wearing something that's special now and again. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he speaks rapidly when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and oopsies. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. He likes iron and red flash opal and honey badger leather and boxes for their... Wait, what? Boxes and mules for their stubbornness, and spotted web gongs for their coloration, and when possible prefers to consume wolf. Sorry, I just... dramatic pause. And fisherberry wine, and hates jumping spiders, but likes to consume wolves. He likes to consume wolves to show that he asserts dominance. He says that the amount of practice that goes into mastering a skill is so impressive. I hope you like your wife. That would be a positive thing. A child was found dead. So let's see, are we tombing it? Hopefully. Although, kind of still talking about Duke Nukem for a second here. I will say that my irritation with Duke Nukem is primarily just I wish that, like, people didn't think I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble, or I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but I'm all out of bubblegum. Lines like that, it's just like, that's not a Duke Nukem line. I don't know. Chew ass and kick bubblegum, and I'm all out of ass. That's the real shame. Okay, so channel down through this. Whew, it's windy outside, shit. So let's see how good this dwarf is at running. Here to chew ass, and he hasn't even ass chewed. So for those of you who don't see what's happening here, that's weird. The lava is not refilling. Now, the reason that is weird is more or less that means that the volcano bug that they fixed, where they wouldn't infinitely, like, flood, has been replaced with what I think is another bug, where now they don't refill. I don't know if that was intentional or accidental, but the result is... I'm pretty much convinced at this point that I can drain the magma sea, and I'm gonna try. Yeah, because this was a reclaim fort. So I'm wondering if a side product of that fix is that now there's finite lava, because this should be refilling. This should have refilled up to here. But if it is a bug, I'm going to take full advantage of it and mess with it and see what its limitations are because, you know, I play Dwarf Fortress. I'm here to mess with new features. And as far as I'm concerned, it is a new feature. Me like new features. This is going to be a little sketchy, but I'm going to try. Uh-oh. Got a ghost in the fort. What's your name? Do I have slabs? I guess I do. The animal that has escaped the zoo can live both Arctic and Antarctic. Wait, what? What's happening? Work with both. What are we talking about? Oh, I see. Wait. Is there a polar bear in the wrong pool, or are you just telling a really long pun? Because that sounds like a calamity. Otherwise, that's just a really long pun. I mean, no? Okay. I had to clarify that because you had me actually mildly concerned for a second there. Oh no, that's terrifying. Necrontier. I'm scared. There we go. Person's been put to rest, and they want a craft store skill now. No, it's fine. It's fine that you told the pun. I just didn't register that it was a pun.
You suck.
Word. I don't disagree, Deepsy. All right, now the next thing I need to do is pull this lever. And then go up to... Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I thought it was just leading up to the ad break. I will wait. And we are gonna start filling this up again. You didn't realize you were a trusted news source? No, but now you're not. Like, I read things and presume it's not a pun until I'm finished reading it and think about it for a second. I mean, I respect it. It's definitely a joke. Allegedly. I'm sure somebody found it funny. Right, chat? How was my day? Pretty good. No complaints. It's a little bit weird. Yesterday got kind of whack. YouTube chat, don't forget to leave likes on the stream. They should give you, like, XP for leaving likes. Just saying. So, like, I'm just kind of coasting off of that high, I suppose. Orc with bow. That would actually be a really funny, like, marketing bit, which Blizzard will never do, but because Blizzard isn't cool anymore, but I would... A World of Warcraft news network would be really funny. And this is weird, dude. Just the fact that this volcano is straight up draining, or this lava is straight up draining, is so strange to me. Congrats, Renee, you used to be rich. Did you get in right when the stream was ending yesterday, UGDPY? I mentioned this earlier today, but I kind of treated it as a, like, you know, this has never happened to me in real life, so I'm actually not saying that this is a thing that I relate to, but I would imagine yesterday, for me, was kind of the same, a similar feeling to if your boss, like, showed up, said you were getting a raise, and then gave you a bonus, and then told you to go home early. Like, that's kind of what happened yesterday. Mestos, the Stonecrafter, has been possessed. Reset the creation of MOSFET at this point, so I'll take fiberglass. Wait, what? The XP system seems to be stuck. Oh, that's even funnier, actually. I guess you're just number one, Gray. You get to keep number one forever if it doesn't work. We have a stonecrafter who's been possessed, so I'll have to keep a half eye on that. And has claimed Marksdwarf shop, of course. Yeah, I mean, today's not going to be a super long stream anyway, and I got to go pick up my meds at my pharmacy yesterday, so I don't need to end earlier today. I mean, I was originally planning on ending at, like, I think, like 3:30 today anyway. I hadn't said anything about it because I needed to go pick up my meds, and they close at 5, so I have to get there before 5, but I also had another thing that I need to do that needs to be done, like, right at 5, so I was like, well, I was going to end at, like, 4 today. So, and then I ended at 3:30 yesterday. It's fine. You guys didn't actually lose out on that much stream. I just moved things around. It was good. I got to go sit at the local brewery's pub trivia night and not participate. Instead, like, trying to guess what songs were on what Michael Jackson album with the bartender, and then getting it wrong. Stuff like that, you know? Unfortunately, the bartender team, which was the unofficial team, didn't win. The winning team was called It's Taylor's Birthday, so I guess happy birthday, Taylor. Or belated, maybe? They were very loud. I don't know. Sounds fun and well-deserved. It was nice. Sat around and doodled. Which I don't think I've posted on Discord. I should do that. That's the drawing that I made. What else have you grabbed here? That's a bunch of wood. Emerald cut resin opals, gold nuggets. Yeah, it was a nice evening. It was a good way to spend an evening. I would do it again. All right, let's actually dig into this. I'm not gonna quite. Ooh, actually, no, I should. I'm gonna do this the silly way, because I want this anyway. But I'm just gonna dig out most of this, except for my well, actually. And then I'm just gonna build walls around the edge. And then I'm gonna hollow this out, and this is where I'm gonna put housing. Okay, so are you full yet? You're full enough. Gray has both assumed the identity of Waluigi and is saying that they is number one. Well, congrats. It's a lot of obsidian blocks we is making. Could also, like, build a big old obsidian floor up here. Kind of want to just roof this off in obsidian. Maybe just slowly start doing that. Because I'm going to have virtually infinite obsidian pretty quickly, so. We'll see you later, Gazoom. Safe travels. Okay, so this is now sealed. So I'm actually just going to go down here and turn on the burrow so that nobody gets flung into lava. And pull this lever. the changes in the magma level change my building plans? Absolutely. Because, like, if lava actually is no longer... I mean, what I was planning on doing was just, like, waiting for it to refill and then just refilling this forge here. But the fact that it's not refilling is, instead, I'm going to slowly go further down and basically, like, solidify this volcano, which will take a while, but not that long. And then see if I can just do that to the lava sea. Because if the lava sea doesn't, like, refill, that's bananas. I mean, I could actually go find out pretty quick. But I'm going to do it this way, because this way is also kind of fun. The Stonecrafter has created an obsidian bracelet named Nani Restigil Niles Esnith. Sure. It offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Did anybody else see that complaint about Dwarf Fortress on Reddit, that there are characters in the Dwarven language that are available on Nordic keyboards, but you can't use them to search for things? And I find that really funny. Although it is something that's being fixed. This is a obsidian bracelet. That's an expensive bracelet. All craftsmanship is at the highest quality. It is encircled with tower cap, and it is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of native gold and tower cap and resin opal. On the item is an image of a baguette cut gems in obsidian. On the item is an image of Moreb, the Megalasaroth's demon, and Dance Skewered, the elf, in tower cap. Moreb is making a plaintive gesture, and the elf is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the demon, Moreb, by the zombie elf with the almond wood arrow from a plum wood bow in SKULLPONDERS. Now that's some storytelling. I think I'm going to place that on this pedestal and make that Marksdwarf guild right here. And accept that. I don't know. I don't know. Yes. I don't know. This is my first time ever noticing this as a thing. Also, I've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. So there's smoke right there. So, like, did my population just go down? Also... No, okay, so something collapsed. This is layer 13. Where is the... Okay, so it's all the way down here. Is there a dwarf in here somewhere? Well, that's neat. Or like a cat, maybe? I mean, I'm not seeing anybody, so... Wait, actually, hold up. Shit. Seeing magma mist, sandy clay, magma flow. Is anybody burning? Not seeing anybody burning. I don't know. Odd. Ah. No? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just the obsidian forming. Or do you just discover things when stone falls? Huh. I mean, maybe you do. regardless. I've got a few very upset dwarves in this fort, dude. Is lava transparent? No. Hold on. It is extremely windy. I'm gonna pull my lemon tree inside. My lemon tree got cold shocked while it was being transported. So it got way too cold. And so it's not the happiest looking little guy right now. I don't want it to lose all of its fruit that it does have on it. So funny thing about that, Neezer. I've had it inside a couple times, and since then, since I like stopped taking them, and I haven't had the like pollen problem. And I looked into the local area, and the pollen map is like basically down to 0. So I think it might not be the tree. I think it might have just been like some other thing that was making pollen out here that I'm just not used to. Oopsies. Let's give this a pull. Possibly. Because the population hasn't dropped, so... I didn't realize that Obsidian lets you see things. Which is interesting. Mm-hmm. No, it's rained a couple of times. But right here, we're going to start building ourselves forges. So yeah, good news. I don't think I'm actually allergic to that tree. I think I was allergic to some other tree. Are we still in Filthhammer? No, but we are in the same world as Filthhammer. We've been out of Filthhammer now for 5 streams? I think. I mean, maybe if you're watching on mobile, but if you're watching on higher quality, it says SKULLPONDERS up there. Is this new Minecraft tech? It kind of sounds like it. See, first you have to get the diamond pickaxe, and then you use the redstone to... You're on mobile? Gotcha. Yeah, no, this is not the same fort. We've moved on from that place. Only for 5,423 mods? Why so few? I thought I also had to give somebody a $25 a month on Patreon to use their mod pack. This isn't a volcano, it's a lava chute. Because this is in the first cavern layer. Basically, it's like higher up lava. But no, this is not a volcano. It could have been a volcano. But how you doing, Cthulhu? How's things, mate? Yeah, no, I think the last part of the Filthhammer VODs went up on the YouTube channel recently. Oh, speaking of the VOD channel, Twitch made a change, and I think I know why they did it. When you go to send a VOD directly to YouTube now, it defaults to public instead of what it did before, which is default to private. And I've accidentally made a few VODs public immediately. So if a random VOD appears and then disappears without a thumbnail or anything, it's because I forgot, due to muscle memory, to change that setting. I presume that was because of like Twitch's storage limitations now, and people wanting to just export everything quicker. But as somebody who's actually been using that system for the last several years, it's really, it's requiring a lot of brain retrain. So I'm kind of not a fan that they did that, but I kind of get it, I guess. It's really busy this week, so you haven't been able to tune in. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well, man. What's up, Sandberg? So I've discovered potentially a new bug that has replaced an old bug. The old bug being the volcanoes erupting. I think they may have accidentally replaced that bug with a new bug, which instead of volcanoes erupting, it seems like they don't refill if you reclaim a fort, which we did here. I might be incorrect because this is the first time I've seen this ever. So I'm very curious to see how this goes. If I can pour water on the lava sea and drain it. All right. So I was just opening the door to the room, so the pressure changing in it occasionally would stop it from bumping against the door. Let's turn the barrel off. Let them get to work on this. Because this is going to be where my bedrooms go. I'm also going to, I think, swap from jet to obsidian. Now, I know that somebody who watches me a lot might say, but Blind, you don't like obsidian. This is true. I do think it's like, it looks like missing assets, but I like it for walls. I just don't like it for, like, workshops, basically. Mass Morass, hello? I don't like it for floors either, but walls I like. Oh, also, we're playing a different faction as well. Cthulhu. I tried to continue playing as that faction, but I think they might just be a little bit too much of a dead faction. YouTube folks, this is your hourly reminder to like the stream, please. It's currently got 61 likes and there's 100 of you watching. I think that we can make that number of likes go up. I think that that's a possibility. Hopefully that's a possibility. Unless you just really dislike me, and in which case then I guess you'll make that like number go down. But if you like me and you like the stream, maybe like, you know, help the number up go. Yes. Am I the only person who has to spend like 4 or 5 days deleting emails after Bandcamp Friday, or is that just me? Kept getting a bunch of dwarves from the old fort because they were the only ones left. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get any dwarves from the last fort because, well, Filthhammers, there isn't anybody alive there anymore. They're all kind of dead, turns out. Kind of unfortunate, but 'tis the reality of things. Well, also, this is convenient. I didn't even think about this, but I can just straight up dig through the back wall here. But do you watch me out of Sprite? That's the question. I personally watch me out of Canada Dry, but you know, you do you. Thief! Oh no, whatever are those kobolds gonna do? Poke me with their knives? I feel so threatened. Now would actually be the worst time for an enemy to invade me because they have like a million ways into the fort. Fort's just completely open currently. Is Pepsi okay? You know, genuinely, I couldn't tell you the last time I had Pepsi. At least regular Pepsi? Certainly was pre-diabetes, I don't know. It's been a long time. I just don't drink a lot of soft drinks these days. Like at all. Rising cloud on the horizon. Yeah, no kidding. A force of darkness, which is also probably vile, has arrived, perhaps, maybe? Like I said, would be bad right now. But it's okay, we're getting there. It's a quick process. Blackberry Dr. Pepper at the grocery store? Blackberry Dr. Pepper. You know, that's actually, speaking of soft drinks, I don't think I've ever had Dr. Pepper. I'm pretty... I was thinking about this relatively recently. For some reason. I don't think I've ever had a Dr. Pepper. I know my dad likes Dr. Pepper. And like when he was retraining in university, he drank a lot of Dr. Pepper. But I don't think I've ever had it. Also, I can't think about Pepsi without thinking about suicidal tendency. I just want a Pepsi, Mom! No, I'm not on drugs, I just want a Pepsi. Just a Pepsi, Mom. An Arctic take, but you think it handles skills better than any other game you've seen? What do you mean? Also, define Arctic take. What the hell does that mean? A really cold take. Okay, but like... Care to elaborate on why it's the best management of skills you've ever seen? The opposite of a hot take. Sure. An opinion everyone agrees upon? Is that really what cold take means? Huh. Alright. A snatcher? Really? Ooh. A human snatcher. And they've got 2 bags, meaning they've done this to me before. It's okay. I've got obsidian whack sticks and war elephants. Good luck, human. Yeah, you just need to kill everybody. Jetnox. Or yeah, just disable them in World Gen. Yeah, that's also a possible way out. Okay, well, let's start. Let's finish up what I'm doing up here first. And by that, I mean let's make some bedrooms. So these are going to be my houses. Oh. They would be my houses if I didn't just run out of obsidian. So instead, I will do that. Then I will use this tool so that we can have different colored floors. Then I will go here. What other color blocks do I have large numbers of? Got a decent amount of granite, actually. But we'll use this. Oops. Did that on automatic. Okay. Well, that John Cena's a comedy dwarf, right? Or it's not a comedy dwarf, a combat dwarf. Fucking words. And his name is John Cena. Da 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 da. I've never seen him wrestle, actually. I've only ever seen him in movies now that I think about it. John Cena is very stubborn, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and is an optimist, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, is given to flights of fancy, tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. It seems to check out. He does not often feel lustful, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he tends to think before acting. He has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views craftsmanship with disgust, and would desecrate a so-called masterwork or two if he could get away with it. He finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and he doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. This dwarf took a turn. And he doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes lead, star sapphire, and rambutan wood, and green glass, giant white stork tooth, Rias macaw parchment, the color burnt sienna, ibex men for their longhorns, and the words of the golden gorge, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer and absolutely hates brown recluse spouters. Welcome to the fort. What else do you have? You're not married and have no friends. And he's a member of the religion of fortresses. I love when it says that they like to eat a certain type of spider. They don't mean cooked. Because the only way that a dwarf can eat a spider is raw. Good question, Wolf. I don't think so. Yeah, no. It'd be cruel to cook a spider? I mean, isn't it cruel to cook anything? I would say it ruins the crunch, but... You can tell that this is a world gen space because the floors are dirt in between the layers. Without straight up fighting. I mean, they're training wrestling right now as part of combat training. You know what? Let's just smooth the walls. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I kind of want to do something more with this that isn't just like, you know, go down. So I was thinking maybe like construct walls, but I think I'm just going to smooth them. At some point, I think I'll replace these with constructed walls, but... Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here, unforbid these. Then I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to start deconstructing stuff. Actually, I will keep the wood furnaces up here, though. At least that one. This one I'll get rid of. This I'll also get rid of. Make bedrooms around the lava dome? Nah, this is a surface fort. Bedrooms are sticking in the fort, or staying in the fort, rather. And then let's go up here. Blocks, you go there. But maybe we'll have to do something with the lava dome. I don't know. Like I'm just so perplexed and also fascinated by the way this fortress is turning out because of the... Let's automate those. I'm just so perplexed and also fascinated at how this fortress is turning out because of the lava situation. It's just super interesting. Oh, wrong one. Let's go furnaces, magma smelter. I'm gonna use obsidian for these because I know chat likes them. Then I'm gonna go furnaces. Let's just make a singular glass furnace. Although this one I'll make out of a different material. Just, yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't really have any words for this. I'm just so perplexed. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them make a change like this that then has such a wildly unexpected impact like this. Because if this is actually real and this is actually what's happening, and the lava sea is actually not draining, that is absurd. So let's lower the priority on this so that they go do the other digging that I want them to do instead. And down we go. You've always been a little bit confused with how volcanoes refill anyways without pressure from your own motivation. It's just like a river, right? Like rivers have like a level that they try to fill to, and they fill to it. So it basically is just a source that tries to fill that thing to that level. Man, it is windy. My door's rattling a little bit. I mean, I haven't messed... Well, I mean, the river is still flowing. But I don't know about an ocean. I also don't know if the lava sea is refilling. But specifically, this volcano isn't. So I don't know. I don't have any clear answers. I may also be completely misinterpreting the connection that's happening here. I kind of don't think that's the case, but that could be possible as well. So I am making a lot of assumptions currently based on circumstantial evidence that I have. And now we're going to start slowly going through the process of trying to figure out if I'm right. If I knew for certain, I would say so. You had to wall off volcanoes before they could spawn, so that they could spontaneously refill. You think that the lava sea will fill from the side still? Probably. Probably. That's certainly possible. I mean, I also have a lot of layers to go through, so... I could also probably speed this up. Actually, I have an idea on how I can speed this up. Many layers to go. Oh, absolutely. So here's kind of my idea. I'm going to dig out this whole level right here. And then we're going to continue by only digging out a pattern in the middle. And make like a tube in the middle of it. Like a tunnel, if you will. Drain it in the lower caverns off the map. I mean, that's an option. I could try and do that. But then we wouldn't get all the obsidian. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a small tube that goes down. And just... How do I word this? Just drain that. Pumping it off the map would actually be kind of difficult because I don't really have the materials to be able to do that. Let's do metal ore. So let's do cassiterite, bismuth, gold, no, not hematite, horn silver, aluminum, platinums, not silver, sulfurite, and not tetrahedrite. Basically the ones I'm allowed to use. That's how you drained it in the past? Yeah, I've seen a... Yeah, I've seen people do it, like, before version 50 as well. I mean, maybe that's what we'll end up doing in this fort. I mean, that would be a fun side project, you know? But you can also do it by just simply pouring water very slowly. A were-lizard has come. King Gizzard and the were-lizard. It is a large lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow green. Its sandy-top scales are round and set far apart. You will scream loudly and fear the night, naturally. I already do. I will turn this on and see where it is. It's probably going to collide with my elephants. Nope, it collided with my elephants and 2 dwarves. Saxul and Yustuth. Yustuth immediately gets bit, from what I can tell. Scratches. No, it hasn't been bit, but it has been scratched twice. One of my elephants is running away in fear. You're hopefully running away in fear. You got this surgeon got kicked by a ram. And then the surgeon runs in and is now also presumably dead. But the elephants are doing a lot of work, and hopefully they keep doing a lot of work. It seems that Saxul has passed. Yustuth may be next. The elephants come back. Oz is hopefully gonna keep fighting it back. Come on, elephant. You got this. The were-creature representative is actually shaking the elephant around by its head. But it isn't dead yet. The game is also paused, so let's unpause it. Let's see. Come on, elephant. You're not dead yet. There you go. Uh-oh. May still die. This is the first elephant to have kids in the fort. And is currently surrounded by its children, so if it dies with family. It's faint and exhausted, but no longer bleeding. Once again, it's alive. But is unconscious. A little bit worried for it. Oh, nope, it's awake now. Welcome back, Madame War Elephant. And Saxul and Yustuth died valiantly to the vet. I mean, I could full heal it, but That is still genuinely one of the most needed features for Dwarf Fort, is a functioning vet. But chat, can I get a round of beers for that elephant? Or a round of elephants for that beer, if you happen to have an elephant. I don't know how you would have an elephant, but I think we need a round of beers for that elephant. Because that elephant has saved us from not one, but 2 rare creatures now. 2. Also, that's a lot of gold ore, geez. Okay, so this side I can just chisel the whole thing out. Wow, you have elephants. All right, yeah, of course, because Snoot, right? I think that's the name of that person. Snoot TV, potentially, if my memory serves. I'm sorry, what? Elephant duck today was foreshadowing? I wonder if that was intentional foreshadowing. Runaway dwarf, there you go. Let's also let this all spill out. There. And then let this all spill out. They have elephant emojis? Really? Or like elephant Unicode, not emoji? I know they have an elephant emoji, but... That's one nice thing about digging around water like this, is it makes it fall, which causes mist to appear, so they're very happy about being near a waterfall. Running short on elephants to give. You know, so's planet Earth, so... I mean, I wouldn't know to respond if you referred to me as the silver pick. Also, I may have missed the context of this, James, in YouTube chat, but why? We have guard elephants. Why do I need guard dogs? What? Why would I have tiny little weak little puppers who just go splat immediately when something looks at them funny when I could have an elephant? I mean, hell, baby elephants are probably stronger than dogs. Lava leak? No, it's an intentional lava leak. It's also not really leaking. It's draining, so... Oh. So I may have, like, just noticed a pretty critical flaw. This is also my garbage dump. I kind of forgot about that. So... Hmm. I have a solution, but it is a bit of a flaw. I've kind of plugged my trash pile, is the issue. Oops. And not really. It's fine. All right, so that's just draining slowish. Slowish? Slowish. Kind of how I have one for lava forges. Well, what I'm thinking... I have an idea. I have an idea that I can make it... where I can make it work. I just need it to not get flooded with water. Basically just have like one tile that doesn't get unexisted by the water. So I have an idea. That'll fix it. Let's also go back down to where I'm building bedrooms and make some beds. Just do that. Hopefully we're catching up. I think this is going to look like a little bustling town when it's done, if I make it the way I want to make it. I also must acquire all books, so I realize these dwarves are currently trying to kill something. We're going to go steal some books. So let's... Where are we right now? I also am getting lulled in this extraordinarily likely false sense of security because I haven't been invaded in a while. Just going to go right next door and get some books from there. Hi-ho, it's off the dwarf they go. Atom Smasher? Nah, I don't like using Atom Smashers. It's not automated enough. And the ways to automate it is annoying, so... I think, like, I've made an Atom Smasher enough times and then had it, like, backfire and fire, like, dead bodies everywhere into the middle of the dwarves, putting them away. I've had that happen enough times now that I'm just like, if I can avoid this, I'll do that. Like, I don't know about you guys, but just, like, flinging bodies like a catapult directly at your face is never going to be that pleasant. And the draining here is going pretty well. So I'm going to go up to this. And do that. And do that. And then maybe this. Well, it's not that there's no more undead invasions. It's just I haven't been attacked in a while. Which is, like I said, it's probably lulling me into a false sense of security because I'm not positive that it's a legitimate sense of security, you know? Like, you know, has world peace started or did the enemies just not invade in a while? Kind of thing. I know I did do quite a bit of damage to a necromancer tower in the previous fort, or the previous iteration of this fort. And I think the necromancer itself died. Actually, hold on, let me check. Let me check, that would help. That one's still there. That was the one that was ambushing me. This one's still there, and this one's still there. So no, they're all still there. And bioactive, congrats. Thanks for the dedication, dude. I mean, it would be strange if you found somebody that wasn't me here, Jesus. Also, aren't you supposed to be, like, all-knowing or some shit? You know, like god powers and whatnot? What's an Atom Smasher? Well, I'm trying to, like, think of a Mythbusters joke, and it's not working. But what's an Atom Smasher? An Atom Smasher is when you take a drawbridge and flatten stuff with it. So you can unexist stuff with a drawbridge, basically. Let's do another one of these. Out of I don't have enough obsidian currently, so we'll get back to that. Instead, let's just focus on digging. It's just Cyberpunk 2077 does kind of sound like a cyberpunk world universe character, doesn't it? Well, and in regards to what's Atom Smasher, well, first you smash her, then you mash her. Oh, why do I... It's like the fourth time I've done this today where I'm like sitting there and like staring at the game pause and like passively thinking, man, it's taking these doors a while to show up. Hey. It's literally the rocks fall, you die enemy of the cyberpunk world, just an invincible boss. It's just like a It's just a sentient version of the boulder from Indiana Jones. It's the boulder from Indiana Jones, but it chases you. Here's a specific video game reference. It's the ball from The Ball. Did anybody here play The Ball? Or am I the only person on Earth who plays video games who remembers the video game The Ball? I think that was a Source Engine game? It was pretty meh. Yeah, no, I agree. It was just an early Steam game, right? When not a lot of games released on Steam. So anything that released on Steam was a novelty. You couldn't bring yourself to finish it? That's totally fair. That is entirely fair. Uh-oh. I may have, like, accidentally built this dwarf into a corner. Okay. Well, you can be very smart and nice and good dwarf, and you can do all of this work for me, which I absolutely need you to do. So anybody who's watched the stream for a while will know I have a weird obsession with cave-ins. I'm getting an idea, chat. What do you think? Should I? Because I think that might be a bit of fun. It's right here. Like, we might as well. One could almost say it's free real estate. One could almost say. So what I'm going to do is this. Hee, I'm in danger. Pretty much. Oh no, Kumil's like, hee, I'm in danger. Also just these dwarves. Also the mayor's down here. That part's kind of funny. Mayor's just over here giving orders. I'm just like, guys, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Okay, so let's just go down to this side. Don't slip, dwarves. That would be bad. I mean, we've got tons of obsidian right now, and I can always make more. Let's hope that the construction dwarves can, like, get to this before I dig all of the edges out. Although it is held up by that, so we're currently okay. You don't trust your dwarves to walk around lava like that? Believe it or not, they're pretty good at avoiding lava. And lava doesn't generally surprise appear somewhere like water does, so I am pretty on the record saying that lava is safer than water. So, you know, I will give them a way out, though. Tisk. Well... I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that. How the hell did that happen? Like, how? Well, then. I mean, yeah, I guess I just ate my own words, eh? Well. Doran Rigoth has been elected, the broker has been elected mayor. Mighty strange. It was the mayor. It was the mayor. Yes. So I feel bad because that's a named. I always feel bad when I kill a named dwarf. But I guess I've got a new mayor now. Who lives here now? Mayor be mayor. And then now I need to find Enter Bunny's bedroom. Grumble. Speaking of bugs, I'm looking forward to the day where dead dwarves no longer keep their bedrooms. Because, like, you know, dwarves leaving the map, making dwarves lose bedrooms, mildly annoying, but not too big of a deal. You know, just have a surplus. However, dwarves dying not losing their bedrooms, I think is more annoying, personally. Save the game, can do. Actually, I'll do it when the ads start. They're about to start. Can I name my lever wrong lever? Do you have a particular lever in mind or just any lever? Any lever? Okay. And now I can save. I wonder if somebody actually has the last name Smasher. I'm reading that thing from a while ago in YouTube chat that says, what's Adam Smasher, spelled A-D-A-M? Like, I wonder if somebody named Adam has the last name Smasher. I wonder if there's a person like that. You're curious also, you hate using Adam Smashers. How do you deal with garbage pileup? I put stuff in lava. I mean, hey. They're literally, wait, so hold on. Somebody said that sounds like a character from Cyberpunk. Is that actually a character in Cyberpunk? And if so, is that a Dwarf Fortress reference intentionally or accidentally? Because I know like there's a crossbow in Borderlands called a Masterwork crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, but one of the final bosses? Okay, see, I thought you guys were just bullshitting. I've never played Cyberpunk, so. You see, to me, the big bad in Cyberpunk 2077 is Keanu Reeves' horrible voice acting. So, like, I have a hard time watching people stream that game because of how horrid that voice work is. It's like stilted, stunted, awkward, and just not like it's painful. Like, I realize people like that game, but like, jeez. You're dead. You got torched by lava. If you look at what I'm doing right now, it might be kind of obvious as to why you got torched by lava, but, like, you got torched by lava. I'm sorry? You got cooked. This is true, yeah. Pretty accurate, actually. I don't know if it was necessary, but it was definitely a sacrifice. What was the other dwarf that died? I'm sure it'll tell me in a bit. Okay, I think all of the... walls have been removed. Although this might actually support it here, so... And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to put a lever right here. Doesn't matter what material. I'm also kind of... Oh, crap. I just realized something. I have to release my war elephants from there. So that they can leave the map, so those dwarves can steal stuff. Oh, man. I just fell in. Oh, okay, I know what happened. So digging through this makes this lava spread around on the surface. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay, so this shouldn't be supported by anything anymore. Shouldn't be. And now, I just need to connect this to this, and then we can have some fun. Who's ready for some fun? On the right? Oh, you're right. I mean, wrong! I mean, you're definitely right, but...
Whoa, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
And I'll raise the drawbridge first so that nobody gets, like, blasted into lava. As fun as that would be, I mean. Looks like my squiddies have returned. Let's send them back out. I just went and grabbed some books from next door. I'm gonna go to Relic Labor, which is a Dwarven place. Don't pull the wrong lever? I mean... Happy? Shouldn't? Yeah, I mean, probably won't. Not necessarily true, but probably won't. Okay, so then the other thing I need to do is I just need to go down here, pause game, forbid everything in here, unforbid this. Because all of this obsidian's gonna go bye-bye, which is fine. You can also just remain forbidden there. Why didn't you finish? Oh, because it got forbidden for a second. Apparently it getting forbidden while the game's paused is enough to cancel that job. The right lever. Mm-hmm. Have you seen all the games popping up on Steam that have almost identical names to Helldivers? Like, there's a game called Helldive, which is like just a first-person horror game. There's a game called Helidive, which is like a helicopter piloting slash like modern military thing. I find that fascinating. It's like it's the video game equivalent of like naming your business A1 exclamation point car wash or something. Or A1 grocer. I think it's one word, Helidiver. But although I'm not positive it's on Steam, that might actually be on itch. Okay, they've returned a second time. So we've acquired some more books. They've searched and found nothing, excuse me. But if you found nothing, explain all of the books that are there. Please. Shinobi, there's definitely books there. Okay, we'll wait for Shinobi to come back. Go again. I mean, there was another game on itch for a while called Dwarf Fortress. All right, who's ready to cave this thing in? We ready, chat? I need a round of lava. I'm also going to do a, in case we want to do an instant replay, you know. Sure, that works. Or you could just do red square, YouTube chat. Or, yeah, you guys have a volcano emoji. Use that. That works. Why does that? Okay, serious question. Why does the volcano emoji have eyes? Can somebody please explain this to me? Moreb, did you see that you were imprinted on an artifact? So your character died in the earlier iteration of this fort, and one of my dwarves made an artifact of your dwarf getting, like, shot with an arrow. Because it's watching me? I mean... Volcano Green Lava Orange is the name of it in YouTube chat. And I obviously can't copy paste into Twitch chat. I don't know. The emoji font that YouTube works is a little strange to me. Or that YouTube uses is a little strange. Wait. Like here, let me show you this briefly. That. Uh-oh. It's fine. It is responding, I swear. See? It's got eyes. I don't know why it has eyes. I prefer the Twitch one that doesn't have eyes. That's a better version of that emoji. It's funny. Older versions of Dwarf Fortress, when it would save, version 47 and before, every single time without fail would stop responding for a bit. And I haven't had a world do that since this one. Until this one in version 50. So it's something I'm kind of used to. All right. We continue. And in a moment, we ball. Nice. Now I'm going to quit without saving. And we're going to do that again. But I'm going to do it in ASCII. That's why I did that save there. Unicode characters require uniqueness and creativity, Moreb. Which, as is proven by modern life, is being militantly trained out of our societies. And here's the same event. Let's just make sure the lever's set. Yep. But in ASCII. Look at that. Kerplunk. Beautiful. Now I just got to pour more water into it. But we are in late winter, so... I can also deconstruct this lever and these floor pieces. Cannot emphasize this enough. I mean, you might be able to emphasize it enough. Actually, something else I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to just redirect this to over here. Instead of going into here, because there's like no point to just keep continuously dump stuff into there. If you deconstruct a wall on a constructed floor, why does it deconstruct the floor as well? Because okay, if you deconstruct a wall that is on a constructed floor, why does it deconstruct the floor as well? Is there any way around that? So you used to not be able to build walls on floors. It's probably some weird artifact. I think it also unexists the block, doesn't it? Like, I don't think you, like, if you construct a wall on a constructed floor and then deconstruct the wall, I don't think you get the floor block back, do you? I mean, there is also no spoon. I think it does. I've never actually checked it, but I think it does. So yeah, it's like a weird artifact of like Dwarf Fortress history. What can you use for legs and feet? You've tried leggings and high boots. You struggle a bit. If you're talking about like feet, if you can't get them to equip them, you need to tell them to take their clothes off because they can't equip shoes and boots. There's a button at the bottom of the military screen that lets you replace clothing instead of wear over clothing. You need to click that button and save your. So you need to go to your military, equip, assign uniform, or rather, details, then click this button, and then click confirm and save uniform with a new name. And then you can assign it to the dwarves in that squad. And greaves are leg armor as well. Let's do iron anvils, and we'll use that. Steel anvils, and use that. I'm also going to make a kiln. Ooh, and I'll be fancy. I'll make it out of platinum. Which means bayonet is going to show up at any moment. Oh, I thought I did that, didn't I? Did I not? Yeah, I think it's that. But I don't know. That's one of those changes that like they had to make because it was really bad in the older versions. Like there isn't that many mechanics in Dwarf Fortress where I'll just be like, no, that was really bad. But the way the game used to handle constructing walls specifically was really bad. Like it was real bad. The fact that you had to deconstruct floors to be able to build walls was absurd. We're getting attacked by kobolds again. I'm sure they'll do something dumb. Let's see where they're at. Oh, look at this. We got a were creature, or not a were creature, a necromancer experiment hanging around. It's Proopaloopaloopicus or whatever, who is probably still trying to seek vengeance for their killed husband. I'm so sorry about Gilth Karukas. Actually, was that before or after I reclaimed the fort? I can't remember if that was before or after. I think that was before. So like I didn't kill their husband. The previous dwarves here did. I'm not guilty. Well, that feels good. Did you steal anything successfully? Nope. Nope. Tisk. You're also, oh, that's fascinating. Chat, what does this mean to you? Right here. This scene right here. What does this mean to you? Because I can tell you what it means. If nobody guesses it. This kobold tried to steal stuff from Filthhammer. Which is kind of cool. Unsuccessfully, probably, but... because the filth was from Filthhammer. Do lava forges need to have lava exactly on the tile below? Yes, it has to be one tile below. And it needs to be at least 4 deep? 3 deep? It needs to be pretty full. Filthhammer sends its regards. No, totally. Also, because Filthhammer is right there. Oh shit, we're actually allied with Filthhammer. That's interesting. Huh. Nifty. Also poking around for other things. Spike Devil! Ooh, I should go for Spike Devil. Wait until they're done exploring that spot. I mean, those little legs move quick. Silly Kobold got goo rained on you. It's nice to see you too, Sketch, in YouTube chat. Glad you were able to catch the live stream. And thank you to everybody who's tuning in today. You know, I'm kind of slowly starting to move into, oh shit, I actually get to go on vacation mode. So I need you to make pearl ash out of potash. So I need to make ash, I need to make potash, and then I need to make pearl ash, because words are hard and thinking is harder. I'm also going to brew some drinks from plants, because I only have brew drink from fruit enabled currently. Although I only have a singular plant in the fort, so maybe I should actually just do this. I was thinking about maybe just like, what's the word? Putting it, like just walling that in, but I don't think I'm just gonna wall it in. It's too easy. It's too cheap. That's also, speaking of walling things in, Obsidian. And then over here, remember how earlier I was talking about scaffolding? Oh, actually, I did that one tile too far back. How earlier I was talking about scaffolding. And then we'll just put an obsidian wall all the way across here. To there. See? I'll also dig into that one tile. It's going to take a little bit, but they'll get to it. I'm going to Montreal for Formula 1 with some friends. I've gone for the last couple of years. And it's a good time of year for it. I mean, it's a surprisingly affordable event for what it is. I was waiting for that to happen. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The existence of a holy right implies the existence of a holy wrong. And they immediately leave. I was kind of expecting that. Which means a bunch of thieves are probably about to show up, right? Also, this dwarf is eating well. Like, they brought apricots and potatoes with them on that trip. All right, well, here comes Snatcher, trying to break into Dwarf Town. Runs away in fear when they see a soldier and is now getting chased by the very agility-focused and probably now getting tired of running Shinobi. Oh, nope. And now they're dead. Thanks for the free bag, Goblin. The Holy Center. The unholy center. All right, let's send these dwarves back out, I suppose. It's just interesting that, like, that religious figure showed up there. That's bizarre. It's always fascinating to me when, like, an area is just like, oh, no, there's a ton of stuff there, and then it's like you can't find anything. It must actually be straight up underground, like, inaccessible. I'm sorry, the Monastery of Virgin what now? Well. That's a sentence that wasn't on my bingo card for the day. And you saying Steed is the name of a presume a book with a piece of writing on it. Classic. Date thunders is what that word is. There's a kobold monastery here? Huh. Well, I think I'm going here. Let's get them to go get more books for us first. I'm also going to stop making meals because I think I have too many. And an elven caravan has arrived for some reason. I'm not positive why they're still trading with me, but they are. Welcome back, elves, I suppose. It says racks, not rocks. The Monastery of Virgin Racks. This is true, Baltiri. The holy rite also implies the holy obligation. It also implies the holy up and the holy down. Mm-hmm. Holy Jesus. Thanks for the 60 months. For some reason, my text-to-speech ain't working today, and I don't know why. But thanks for the too long of a subscription, Jess. I probably have one on your channel. Should go check. Hold on. Do I? Is it up? I haven't looked in a while. Been real bad about this. If you guys don't know Jess, go give Jess a follow. Jess is cool people. I do not. I must have popped it recently. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for this 60 months of subscription from Jess to me? Please go click that heart. Give her a follow. We're playing with fire in this fort. Kind of literally. I'm also going to go up to here and then cry because the water is still, you know, how do I put this? Frozen on the surface. I should just actually pump water from over here. I could just redirect it. Then I wouldn't need to worry about the water thawing. Maybe do that. And let's also do this. But how's things, Jess? I don't actually think this has enough water to get all the way into the lava. And if it does, that'd be cool, but I don't think it does. And this can get deconstructed. And then when that's done, I can build this. Yeah, no, there isn't enough water in there. That sucks. Thankfully, when the... Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna redirect water from the caverns to over here because it's just gonna be more straightforward in the grand scheme of things. Not right now, but in the grand scheme of things, it will be. Nope. And I'll just put a drawbridge right there. Feeling motivated today, so that's good. I'm just like vibing. It's that time of year. I'm just vibing. Stealing books, exploring bugs, doing the things I usually do. Forces of the enjoyable knowledge, search trick still. Did we find anything fun? Books, the Shrine of Hooves is the place that we were looting. The student's trick still. Author when it counts. The study of the human. We should do that more on Earth, to be honest. Okay, so missions. We're going to go explore this spot, which is the one that I already have set up. I'm also going to jump up here, and we're going to go trade with them elves, see what they want from us. Let's bring a yellow diamond and some other random gems. If they don't have anything good, I won't trade, but... The weather was so nice yesterday. Like, chat went a little nuts, and I was talking about this earlier, but chat went a little nuts yesterday, so I ended stream and just kind of enjoyed the weather, because it was very, very nice outside. It was actually like the first warm day of the year. Now it's just breezy and pleasant. And I'm excited, because this afternoon I get to go pick up week 2 of my CSA, which I've paid for, which is a basically just a weekly veggie pickup thing that I prepaid for at the beginning of the year. Oh, some of the water made it in there because it's collapsing. So Spite Devil is a empty, abandoned goblin fortress that we are currently investigating. It truly was a crazy stream, yeah. It was one that I will remember for a while, that's for sure. It is certainly one that I will remember for a while. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought it was like just forming walls. Pause the game because we are in ads. Kind of sad you missed it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, it's been a while since somebody gave me too many subscriptions and then gave me too many subscriptions and then gave me too many subscriptions and I just got up and left. Like, at a point, I just got up and made a sandwich and came back. I was just like, I can't. I kind of forgot how to play Dwarf Fortress for like 40 minutes. It was a day. It was memorable. Certainly memorable. It's the first stream you managed to watch entirely. Wait, really? Oh, yeah, true, because, like, you normally have to go to bed at a point, right? Oops, no, don't do that. Do this. Section of Cavern has collapsed. How ballsy should I be with this, chat? Like capital A? Ballsy? Or like maybe a lowercase a, uppercase B. I'm thinking maybe lowercase a, uppercase B. Basically, I'm thinking like, where should I, at what point should I dig into the water here? I'm thinking about just like digging into the water there and then being like, all right, dwarves, build a wall. Get to it. About me standing up and leaving? Yeah. You gotta sleep around now-ish. Gotta drive excitement somehow, you know? I think my mayor has too many tasks. I need a different broker. I make those weapon racks? I did. Should give those to the mayor. Man, I should make furniture out of hematite more often. I realize that, like, it's something that it's the reason I don't do it very often is because I feel like it's just a waste of iron, which it really is. But at the same time, it looks so nice. Like, look at this. Like, isn't that just a great color for a table? Like, you know, I realize, like, there's certainly wiser uses of it. But, like, it's probably actually linked in the Clips leaderboard now, right? Yeah, I think it's the number 2 one. It's just, it looks so good. Okay, so over here. I need a door. We're gonna be ballsy. It's 4, isn't it? Uh-oh. What? Oh! That's not supposed to be there. You know, Chet was asking when I was going to flood my fort. I figured it out. I got an answer to your question. Thankfully, this is easy to fix. I was like, why is there water there? What? This actually isn't that big of a problem. I just mostly need them to destroy this. No, I just have water coming in from a place that I forgot water came in from. I have water coming in from here. Which actually is fine because it is draining. The issue is it's kind of making my storage room a little wet, but then it's draining. Well, not actually, it's not going down into here yet, but it is going down through here. So I've probably got dwarves that are like slipping a lot. Thankfully, I don't think anybody's fallen into the lava yet. This is kind of annoying though. It's fine. It's just a temporary fortress moistening project. I'm muted on YouTube. No, I am not. That's not like a feature of how I'm streaming. So if YouTube broke, but I am not muted on YouTube. Because I would also be muted on Twitch. YouTube folks, am I muted? Can you hear me? YouTube is informing me that I am in fact not muted. So this seems like a skill issue. Yeah, very, very intensive floor cleaning. Yeah. Floor dampening, maybe? It's also like very much making it hard for dwarves to get up the ladder. So, you know, that part's a bit of a... I'm actually kind of amazed that nobody's fallen off the edge yet. Like, annoyed after drinking water, which, fair, but also content being near water. This is probably actually doing positives for the moods overall, oddly enough. I don't know, this could be a lot worse. Also, Gary is still number 1. Just in case anybody was wondering. Yeah, sometimes, you know, a river thaws and you forget where your water is coming in from. It's fine. It shouldn't be happening much longer. Also, there's golden thrones and beeswax falling down this stairwell, and a lot of dwarves stuck in here. This ain't great, but it's about to solve itself. Also, I'm just gonna go over here. Just get them to do this. Which will help it drain here faster and may also make them go whoosh and die, but hopefully not. I love just like this. I don't think anybody's died yet, so, you know, like I say, it could be a lot worse. How'd Spite Delve exploration trip go? True, if I had to choose between, like, a barrel made of gold or, like, a beehive, I would take the beehive, yeah. Found nothing. Man, Sag. Rough days, dude. Although, to be fair, they are all just rumors. Cross notch. The Denomination of Singing. Problems and Solutions. What a book. Let's see, what else can I find? Mysterious dungeons. Let's go to Razor Tick. This is a unpopulated fortress. Uh-oh. Well, times is tough there, Dwarf. No, no! I was a little worried that may happen. No? Okay, you climbed back up. How can I solve this? I think another thing I could probably do is this. But I'm not totally sure how I can remedy this, so I will try this. This is also going to make water fall down here, potentially. Please just dwarf whatever you do, don't fall down the long tube. The long tube danger, okay? It's very slippery, I know, but like it danger. So wait until that. This dwarf is really playing with their life here, aren't they? I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. I mean, wait. Okay, I read that as their face takes the full force of the impact. I misread. Yeah, it looks like they like hurt their leg and their arm falling, but you'll be fine. No, this was 100% my own mistake. So I have a tunnel of water going underneath the fortress, which is then pumped back up and into the fortress to fill my well. But I accidentally knocked out part of the piping while I was building housing. And the river thaws in the, what's it called? The river freezes and thaws. And in the winter, it was frozen. And that was when I was building housing without really thinking about it. And then forgot to fully fill it back in. And that now it's like time of year where it thaws. And so I had an automated pump pumping water into my fortress. Instead of into where it's supposed to go, which is just into like my well. So instead of filling my well, it was filling my fortress. So yes, I'm positive this is not a bug. This is, I made an oops. Not everything is automatically a bug. There you go, Dwarf. And thankfully, it's slowly clearing. This is the issue right here. I could also probably do this. The weaponsmith has been possessed. Sure, but like, can we... Also, it appears that the lava's getting drained again. And you made an underground river fed by an aquifer the other day? Yeah, I mean, I should have paid more attention to what I was rebuilding, but I mean, chat's prediction was right that I would forget something and flood the fort, so you know, it's such is the way. You know, you play with water and a dwarf gets drowned. Although nobody's died, so it's just mud that I need to clean up. It's fine. Honestly, I call that a win. And I forgot to trade with the elves, because I was too busy dealing with the water that appeared out of nowhere that wasn't supposed to be where the water was. I'm gonna, actually, fuck it, I'll just deconstruct and reconstruct this. Because now there's water coming down here from multiple angles. This part's kind of annoying. Because I have to fix this now. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, Jesus. YouTube is now officially an RPG. It just needs a fishing minigame and it's a JRPG. Although this is drying up, which is good. This is a bit annoying, but nah. All right, so the one thing I have left to do is I need a bridge here. Make it out of obsidian. And then this is going to be linked to this. Or are we back to this? Like, what's the more important invention? Like plumbing or airplane travel? That's quite the migrant wave. Oh, no, actually, it's my squad returning at the same time as a migrant wave, I think. How did this go? I went off and explored Razor Tick. We searched Razor Tick. We've taken a bunch of books, including The Hidden Meaning of Trees and The Spark of Power. That's kind of cool. Off again we go. Back out into the weird and wild world of dwarves. So that dwarven weaponsmith is trying to make an artifact, but literally can't. Because all of my forges are currently non-functional. So I need to deconstruct this, and then move it. Which I'm going to. They're not coming in with elephants. The migrants were coming in at the same time as my squad, and my squad has war elephants. So close, but not correct. And yes, I have plans for them. I'm actively breeding them and using them as fort defense. I don't know. I didn't make it. Ask YouTube that question, Brian. You know, honestly, I'd rather YouTube give you an XP option versus the Coven of Saving needs a temple now too, versus like them actually putting comments on the blockchain like they talked about at one point not super long ago. That was only like a year and a half ago that they talked about that. As far as I'm concerned, we dodged a fucking bullet and a half. And also a truck and maybe several buses. You're connected to a lever. Heh. It kind of does seem like that, doesn't it? Oh, wow, that was fast. They ran there and immediately are back already. The dwarf in the universe. Did the monastery falter? Records of the mountain hall. So that's probably a useful one. The true Kib tomb figure. And reflections on Strotus. Sounds like somebody writing about a kobold place. Common sense worker mirror. I'm gonna go after that. We're just stealing books currently. I mean, sorry. Finding generous local donations for our growing library. So you're building something. And by building something, I mean standing stationary there for some reason, and I'm not sure what you're trying to do. So I'm just going to remove you from this task. You go do something else. You are hauling a steel anvil, which I'm sure is nice and light. Something belongs in a museum. Absolutely! I was going to say, I don't think Amazon steals the books that they sell, but... I have to think about that for a minute. Although we do, in fact, have a baby elephant named Bobby Kotick in this fortress, so... maybe it's more of an active fort. Chat room, I think we're about to get... a weapon artifact, because my weapon... I have a weaponsmith who just grabbed gold bars. Any bets on what kind of weapon it is? True. Well, I mean, if this was Earth, the dwarves would definitely be the ones destroying the atmosphere. We went back again. More books. We're just going to keep at it until they don't have any more books to claim. Cat on keyboard? How dare. Gold hammer would be awesome. I mean, heck, I'll take a spear. I actually already have a gold mace. I should probably make a squad of just using the artifacts. Oh, you want bones? I should kill Bobby Kotick. No, I shouldn't. That's mean. I should kill Bobby Kotick. What if I butchered Bobby Kotick? Let's butcher these donkeys instead. Close enough. No, I'll wait for Bobby Kotick to grow up before I butcher him. Seems fair to me. Dual wielding gold mace artifacts. How about a gold whip? I feel like that would be pretty cool, actually. Isn't a gold mace just a royal scepter? I guess it depends on your definition of scepter at that point. I mean, I do know that you'd have to a scepter for what it is. Or better yet, someone who really sucks at fighting, fight the baby elephant. The baby elephant wouldn't fight back. And they're not aggressive animals in Dwarfort, which means they will not just go and fight something unless it's like a dire situation. So by the time it turns around and tries to fight, it'll be more or less dead. So it would just kill the elephant. It's probably what would happen. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Suited. I mean, in regards to kinky, I had a pink tourmaline artifact scepter once called the Pink Impaler. So you know. Still to this day might be one of the funniest names for an artifact I've ever had. Okay, Enter Bunny was laid to rest because I forgot to actually build that memorial. So now I'm going to kind of find out how effective this is. Name someone Bobby Kotick Poacher. How about... No. Instead... Kotick Trainer. Who doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and does not often feel lustful, could be considered rude, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and doesn't handle stress well and can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to not be swayed by his emotional appeals, and he generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is slow to trust others, and is slow to anger. I don't want my dwarves to be poachers, that's why. And he personally values artwork and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Also, wasn't Bobby Kotick's mentor a like a Las Vegas casino mogul? Like, didn't he come from gambling money? Like the guy that helped him get into business proper and gave him his initial investments? I want to say he owned the Golden Nugget. I can't remember the guy's name though. Personally values artwork and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values good craftsmanship. It's on cooldown still. Lice conglomerate, nickel silver, lapis lazuli, and clear glass, and amber, and sparrow parchment, and the color lavender blush, and battle axes, and backpacks, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the sound of the velvety incenses, and when possible prefers to consume giant hamster, rainbow trout, and sweet potato wine, and is married to a lady dwarf named Tolte. Still annoys me that DF hack turns that off. Okay, let's go down to here. Oh, I found the problem. I found the issue. This is what flooded my fort. But yeah, I have a rule of thumb that I think everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress should at least consider living by, which is if something unexpected happens, never presume it's a bug. Presume you fucked up. Because that's almost always the case. It's almost never like something about the game broke. It's almost always, keyword being almost, you fucked up. And I do recommend you try living by that rule, chat, because it will make the game make a lot more sense most of the time, and you won't have to complain as much. He has all of his materials asked for inaccessible. He clearly doesn't. Is he stuck in a burrow? Is he trying to get to a material that he doesn't have access to? Because they go for the closest one. It doesn't matter if it's available elsewhere. Like, there's times where, like, it looks like something should be available, but it's actually not. This is going to be a temple, the one that they're asking for. Bones, gems, and cloths. Totally. I have a question. Is the workshop in a guild? Or actually, is the workshop in a zone? Specifically like a guild zone. Erase that section of the zone. YouTube chat's ask Ox J Ham is asking me, why do you love Dwarf Fortress even after all of these years? Chat, why do you love Dwarf Fortress after all these years? I would say because it still surprises me, and because I can still find creative ways to make it interesting. And as somebody who plays games for a living, games that are based on creativity are, what's the word? Something that you can continue to love for longer than something that's more limited in its options. For the same reason that some people have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours playing chess. It's because there's always something new to do or try. Lava doesn't generally cause stuff to ignite. So that might actually not work. You need to dump lava near something that can ignite and then let that ignite the alcohol with flame, not lava. I know that sounds oddly specific, but flame has to touch the alcohol, not lava. Yeah, I mean, StarCraft's another example of that. Jesus claims they love chess, but it's less like what I just said and more like a hostage situation. Sounds like you had a similar relationship to chess that I had to League of Legends. I would recommend you stop playing chess. Or get a therapist, one of the two. It's been done. And you don't need to mod explosions into Dwarf Fortress. They already exist. There was a cannons mod at one point, but I think the code was just so incompatible with version 50 the developer didn't update it. I like playing chess, but I like playing chess with a person who's right in front of me that I can see. I don't really have much interest in playing chess with somebody I can't see. I know that might sound a little odd, but it is kind of how I function when it comes to chess. So now I just need this right here to get connected. And then I need to start you pumping again. Oopsies, that's the wrong one. I need this. Game. There's a log right there. Oh, are they all? I see. They're all being hauled. Also gonna go down here because apparently I'm out of wood. I guess this is gonna become a tree farm. I wasn't really intending on that, but... Well, that's awkward. My front door is a little damp. There's no chariots in Dwarf Fortress. There are wagons, but those aren't chariots. It used to be one of my most viewed clips. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Probably still is one of my most viewed clips. Apologies if you're allergic to ASCII. Please refrain from being offensive to one of the greatest art styles ever created. But, oh no, it is still my most viewed clip. I used to have one with 15,000 views, but I deleted them all back in the day because that Twitch had to actually start getting strict about music. At one point, this. This is a dragon right here, breathing fire. Now it's kind of obvious, burning a dwarf, and then this is an alcohol stockpile. It's almost entirely full of alcohol and food. And then I unpause the game, and that's it all exploding. And that poor dwarf got completely eviscerated. Once again, the D is a dragon. It breathes fire. Kills a dwarf, breathes fire again. The fire touches the stockpile. And the alcohol explodes. It very much made an alcohol in my stockpile. Before you ask, no, it can't deform terrain. Oh, well, this is unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure what the easiest method of... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull this lever. I'm going to go up to here. Going to block this off. Then I'm going to go all the way back down. I'm going to go to you. This right here is going to be a problem. So I'm going to build a wall up to here. Maybe not out of jet. Let's use obsidian. I need to make a trash chute. Also need this to be ramping up. Let's go with obsidian. Let's go with obsidian. And I'm going to go stairs. Also obsidian. I'm going to go floors. Also obsidian. Why am I not just doing it the fast way? And I also need to get rid of this. By that logic, you probably also can't read. It's curious that you're able to use a keyboard, though. What is it with no people hauling stuff away from your depot? Go to this screen. Go to this screen. Click on this screen. How full are your general stockpiles? It's 100% of the time your stockpiles are full. Like, 100% of the time, that's the issue. There's nowhere to put the stuff. That's also not a high priority job. But I guarantee you your stockpile's full. Because it was covered with fire, exactly the same as in the premium version. Tipping? Anyway, if you can't understand, oh shit. If you can't understand ASCII, I don't need to talk about it with you. It's one of the long-time things that I'm glad that I no longer have to discuss ASCII with people. And the reason I don't stream in ASCII is because I'm done just like explaining to people that you just kind of have to work at it for a little bit. This is a gold short sword. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered cut mega cut resin opals and encircled with bands of alpaca bone and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of dacite, dog leather, and resin opal. On the item is an image of large giant porcupine in gold. On the item is an image of waves in resin opal. So, congratulations, Dwarf. And you can take that. I don't care to teach you how to read. Spec. Skimming in the YouTube chat. How do you find the fun and wacky stories? Name the starting 7 dwarves and follow their descriptions. Dwarf Fortress is a game that you need to dig through to find the depth. I know it kind of sounds like I'm saying, Final Fantasy 13 will be fun after 25 hours, I swear. But no, seriously, like it is a game that you need to read the flavor text, you need to think about it, you need to focus on it. It's kind of like, how do you find the story in a Dark Souls game? You have to read the descriptions. And how do you find fun? Well, I have several videos on that subject, but it's different for everybody. I've heard people say that. I don't know. I never played it. All I know is that lady has a lot of belts and zippers. Like more belts and zippers than an emo festival. It's kind of impressive. Yeah, it's just one of those subjects where I'm just like, I've got nothing to say anymore. I used to have lots to say about ASCII, but I like the way it looks. I'm tired of explaining to people what it is. I'm glad at this point the only thing I need to tutorialize people on are how to find my like playlist of tutorials when it comes to explaining ASCII to people. Actually, how about I just do this? This is true. Moreb, you nailed it. I'm very tired of people asking questions. Dogma, hello. It's good to see you. Hope you're well. Huh? Did you fall? No? Maybe you did? Huh. But how? From where? Did you fall from that? But how? This dwarf didn't fall. But they fell. Are they trying to climb out, maybe? I'm actually not sure how that happened. I think shortcut might actually be the right answer here. I'm kind of confused, but huh. All right then. How about we just dig through this? Now, this just needs some water poured right there. Although I'm not positive I'll actually be able to do this. I'm gonna try though. The better question. Oh, I see. It's just strapped to your upper body. I'm like, why am I not seeing your armor around with you? How'd their last exploration go? The forces of the enjoyable knowledge searched Lance nations. Let's keep at it. Also, in regards to like, how do I enjoy this game after so long? I'm gonna say the big truth about streamers that all streamers are afraid to tell you. Not all of them are, some of them do. But this is a job, right? When you have to do a job, you do the job. I absolutely 100% for the love of your favorite hobby, if it happens to be video games, or whatever hobby you have, take breaks, play something else, do other things. You don't need to just play Dwarf Fortress for forever. And don't play too much Dwarf Fortress and burn out on Dwarf Fortress. Play it until you're starting to get tired and then go do something else. There are lots of video games out there that exist that desperately could use all of your time and take all of your time up, and you'll never have any time to play any other video game. Dwarf Fortress can be one of those video games, but honestly, you'll probably have a better time with video games, or games in general, if you know, take breaks. So take breaks. So apparently the Spark of Power is a cotton robe, which is sized for elves. It is made from cotton cloth and has an image of marquee cut gems in black zircon. And it appears that one of my dwarves is wearing it. Huh. That's fascinating. That sounds really time-consuming, Tilia. I challenge you to do that underground and enjoy the game. It's impossible. Let alone above ground. I've said this before, but to me, the idea of a challenge, since I'm kind of talking about this anyway, is about adding variety to the game. Challenges that just make the game tedious don't improve the game, don't make it better, and certainly don't make me want to play it. If I'm going to, quote unquote, play a challenge, like this one, I want game or challenges for the game that make it still enjoyable to play, but different, to add variety. I will not do challenges that I personally feel will just make the game less fun, because that does one thing, and that's burn me out. And if you happen to like my content and the work that I do, if you want me to vanish for 6 weeks randomly, then I'll make that kind of content. But you better pay me 6 times as much so that I can only stream for 1 week at a time before I get so fucking pissed off at the video game that I don't want to see it for 6 weeks. So, you know, it's like when somebody the other day suggested, why don't you do a challenge where you don't have a manager? It's like, well, because then I would rather play a different video game. That's why I'm not going to do that. Because being able to do my job and enjoy it to a degree is much more important to me than what you decide is entertainment. Yeah, it's fun. This fort's been a little dull. Like, not a lot has happened. Like, Forgotten Beasts are oddly sparse. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying the creative process of this particular fort. It's not the most interesting fort I've ever built, though. I'll say that much. At least at the moment. The water thing that just happened was kind of fun. Okay, let's go down here real quick. I give up on this. So instead, I will simply do this. Gotta finish building this sucker up here. You're suspended for no reason. Well, not no reason, but... Sucks to be that dwarf, I suppose. Name them rock. Since you weren't specific, I'm gonna spam confuse face, and then instead of naming whatever you were thinking I was gonna name rock, I'm gonna name this track stop 4 rocks, because it is for rocks. Johnson, obviously. And his bad recent movies. Delicious, tell you. Yeah, 4 rocks, not 4 rocks. I mean, what I should actually write in is that WWE is funded by a royal family that doesn't allow people to have rights. That's probably what I should name some. Although so does Formula 1, and I watch that, so maybe I'm like, you know, not helping. Tis true. Good day, Diamond. No, it's true. Well, one of, sure. We'll go with one of. For the sake of this discussion, we'll go with one of the most heinous individuals. So I was like, I can think of a few that like are keeping up, but like I guess it's not really a contest. Also, apparently the rock is like kind of a douche to work with. Okay, let's let's go here. And this is for the Coven of Saving. We also have the Communion of Mining for the God of Minerals. They're very direct with the names of these religions. The Safe, which is the name of the god, has the Communion of Saving, which is the God of Fortresses. Like, it's very, like, specific, I guess. Like, it is exactly what it says on the tin. The god of being safe in fortresses. Very on the nose, actually, is maybe a better word to use. Or a better term. Selection of words. And now we've got humans that are here to trade. As I'm continuing to work on my trash chute. Also, I need to go around here and just do this. So this is slowly fucking filling. I'm also going to find out if this will refill. Because if this doesn't ever actually fill up all the way, I don't think it's going to refill. So this all the way up to here. Let's fill this sucker up, shall we? Because I can do that now safely. And a human has arrived, and they say, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. I'm going to ask them to bring elephants, because that's what I told them to import last time, was elephants. They have pandas? I didn't even see that. But please keep bringing me elephants. Thanks. The Kotick family needs to grow. Let's hope they actually brought me elephants. If they didn't, I will be sad. And my mayor's been reelected. Why is my broker conducting a meeting? It's odd. Who are you conducting a meeting with? Sad dwelling upon somebody's death. Well, that's a shame. You should do that less. Wonder whose death that was. At least you feel gratitude after remembering being rescued. Oh, did you meet with the person, with the human in charge? It is you. Interesting. I do wonder. No, you've never killed anybody. 32 years old this human is. All right, well, let's finish with all of this. You... No, I'm just going to ask them to import anvils. Bring me anvils, thanks. Instead of elephants. And hopefully they did, in fact, bring elephants. What's a weird fact about libraries in DF? Each subject about books can be written about can only be written once. Dwarves can only write one-page long books. Those are the two I can think of. You had a death cult named the Cult of Death last fort? Oh, that's pretty good. Well, I mean, evil aligned, like, death-related gods usually have death in their name, and then the religions forming around them tend to have words associated with that god. There was somebody that got weirdly upset in my comments recently because apparently gods are just like a bunch of flavor text that's tied together, which is totally fine. And don't actually really correlate with, like, dwarves' personalities or anything. And, someone's just like, so you're saying that the gods, like, aren't actually working as advertised? It's like, no, you're just projecting. Calm down. Good question, actually. I haven't looked for him in a minute. He kind of got out at a point. No, he's dead. Not sure when or where he died, but he's not on the map anymore. This dwarf's gonna go trade. And they brought me a breeding pair of elephants. How kind. I will not give you everything, but I will give you 3. Okay, 4, 5. Okay, all of the golden animal trap. Okay, I will also just give you the gloves too, because I don't want those. And we'll trade. And let's put the other elephants here. Boop. And then go here and type in elephant and train them for wah! And seems my squads have just returned after another trip over to Trickstill to get more books. And I'm in an ad break chat. The course on storage. I mean, I probably need one of those. Hey, don't pour water in the storage room is probably lesson 1. I'm going to send these dwarves back out, and I will be right back, chat. I'm going to use the toilet. All right. Ads are almost done. Cool. We had to spend around 8,000. Yeah, because I just got a new broker and they suck. So, because my broker got elected mayor and was too busy to actually trade. So I missed trading once. So I'm training a new one. They're not very good at the negotiating part of the job. Most religious text is flavor text if you think about it abstractly enough. Oof. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't disagree with that. It's just like real life. It's all made up in bullshit. I mean, what? I'll say internet anger is rarely rational. So... Let's get you out of there. Unsuspend this. And now I should, when I pour water in here, this will get sealed off on this side. This should leave us with a functional trash disposal setup. Although I just need this one done. I've also got dwarves operating pumps still, which are filling this up. Need to jump up to the top of this and actually stop this, because that's enough. Gonna go over here and make some more bedrooms. It sucks to be the dwarves that got water in their rooms. A bunch of them have water damage. Shame. I really like the way these little huts always end up looking. Some of my favorite bedroom designs just are kind of simple little town structures like this, with little roads in between. I mean, I would say it's actually the opposite. I suggest that people on the internet are often misinterpreted as not acting in good faith. I think that there's a lot of comprehension problems with stuff that's said on the internet a lot of the time. Okay, so all the way down here. Going to wait until this is done, because now it basically is. So I should be able to go all the way up to the top here, and then just deconstruct all of that. The Mudhead's character. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. Speaking of adding character. The random obsidian pillars add character. Yeah, no, I definitely think there's some truth to that. Yeah, Moreb. Dwarven music are fire. In one of the games, I bet songs from Skyrim would kick in. Oh, like you think that the Skyrim soundtrack would suit Dwarf? Yeah, maybe. I barely remember anything music-wise from Skyrim aside from da-da-dee, 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 da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. I don't even remember the rest of it. Insert bad flute playing here. Or the, like, crappy whistle or whatever it is. Meme music. Although I also haven't played Skyrim since the year it came out, so... It was okay. Man, I'm very happy that video game soundtracks generally aren't subject to that, because game developers realize that if you strike people for music, then their game gets covered for free less. Unless your name is... Unless you're like a Japanese game publisher, in which case it's fuck 'em up, fam. Is this like bad lip reading? Is that what we're doing here, Grey H? But with like Skyrim speak? I can see the trailer just from hearing the song. Now it's, you know, I really think that the only video game that's like capable of like recreating that kind of feeling, although this probably just, I'm getting old, right? I guarantee you somewhere there's a kid that gets as excited about a Fortnite season as like we got excited about things like Skyrim back in the day. I say we, I don't know if this is even a we thing. But I feel like Grand Theft Auto is the only game that's capable of inheriting that kind of mass excitement. And even that is like, I'm just kind of scared. Oh, probably. Grey H. But I didn't say those words. I was just humming nonsensical notes. You're excited? Well, actually, maybe Silk Song. Does anybody remember that person that tuned into my stream that one day and just like started screaming about Silk Song? With like Silk Song spammer in their username or whatever. Still like perplexed by that. Like what's that supposed to get you exactly? Friends? Because I don't think it works that way. I was literally just like, please stop. And they were like, but Silk Song, you're supposed to be excited. I'm like, no, not really. I mean, that game looks nice. I'm not a huge fan of like difficult platformers and games with a lot of backtracking, so... Most sane Hollow Knight fan, so none of them. You know, I remember when Hollow Knight first released on Steam and seeing it pop up, because this was back when I would look at every single new release on Steam and kind of keep track of what was releasing. And it had 7 reviews for about a week. And then it bumped up to 10. And I was like, this game looks really good. I remember like commenting about it on stream. I was like, this game looks really, like, aesthetically really good. Like, I'm kind of surprised this thing isn't selling. And I don't know what happened. Suddenly it just had like thousands of reviews. Like, it took a couple weeks. It was sort of like Vampire Survivors. Like, that game came out and was like out and in early access for like 2 months. And then suddenly it was like sold 10 million copies in like a week. I'm still like kind of confused by that one too. I guess going viral is fun like that. I mean, it's part of the genre, right? So like, I can't really hate a game for like doing the thing that you do in that genre of game. So I don't know. I don't have anything against Hollow Knight. It's just I don't generally enjoy Metroidvanias very much. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast Unu Esrogru has come, a towering, scaly stag beetle. It has a curling trunk, and it is ravening. Its slate gray scales are large and close set. Beware its webs. Oh, that's kind of scary. So, hold on. If this is a stag beetle, where's the bachelorette beetle? But seriously, though. It's over there. I'm going to, I think, lock it in. Because I don't currently have any... Okay, no, it is still locked in. I don't currently have any ways of easily fighting that. Too late, I remember. Tibby. You know, it's funny. I didn't play Hollow Knight. Probably won't. But I can tell you that that game is not successful because of its aesthetic. It's successful because of its level design. Like, you could have the greatest aesthetic in the world, but your gameplay sucks, and nobody will give a shit. You need both. Holy crap! My dwarves finally had a child. I'm sorry, what? Human Peddler Sacred One. They already left, too. Yeah, weird. Maybe this is a fort where I need a public tavern. Maybe. Okay, so this is all done. The last thing I need to do here is just dig along here. Yeah, the gameplay well, then Dwarf Fortress is greatest game ever made. Because Dwarf Fortress has the most sucks. And they are directly gameplay critical. I think that Dwarf Fortress might actually have the most sucks per gameplay in video games. So many, in fact, that you could probably say that this game sucks. I don't really want to see my chat fight about, like, Hollow Knight, so I'm gonna say, okay, keep your take to yourself. It's okay to not like things. I don't agree with you in the slightest. And it's not even a game I have any interest in playing in a genre that or even a genre that I like, but that game has pretty good gameplay. I need a temple complex and a high priest for the bronze sect. Alrighty. Sit and play Mario. And set a glass of chocolate milk on top of your SNES. You broke 3 SNESes? Oh no. That was not necessary. So now I've got this little tiny tube here. Right there. You're welcome. That has lava that goes all the way up to here. And all the way up to my trash disposal. I know somebody who destroyed a pretty expensive gaming rig by dropping a Coke in it. Like, literally, there's a clip of him grabbing his can and talking, and then sipping, and then going to set it down, and then the stream just disappears. And the stream disappearing is, like, him missing the side of his desk and it falling off and going splat into his computer. That is also correct, yes, enemy. Your roommate spilled beer on your computer in college. Oh, speaking of funny compute, well, this actually isn't that funny. This is actually kind of dangerous. I had a friend who was broke, and he didn't have a CPU fan. And okay, I need to not allow guests in this fort. That settles it. I don't know what's public that people are visiting for. It's got to be this, isn't it? The Sacred Fortification. Some peasant, sure, why not? That works. And then this is for the Bronze Sect, which is... That's the Copper Coven. That's the Creed of Cobalt. That's the Bronze Sect. So this needs to be leveled up quite a bit, value-wise. Let's do 20 gold statues. Gold statue. 30. But anyway, so I had a friend who was broke, and he had a CPU fan that didn't work. And the way he would keep his computer cool and stop it from overheating is he had one of those like full-size like box fans. And he propped it up and duct taped it to the side of his computer case with like the side off. So he took the side off the computer case and duct taped that to his computer case to just blast it with air. And it worked. Like it kept his CPU cool enough that he could like keep using it for another like few weeks until his paycheck came in. So he could buy a new fan. And he was rendering something and not home. And his roommate unplugged the fan and moved into a different room. Without turning the computer off, without thinking about it. Just like grabbed the fan and... Yeah, anyways. One thing led to another and thing got warm. Is there a way to see sects at a glance? You always lose track of how big religions and fortresses are. The way I do it is this. So like just make a meeting zone and then just click new temple and then just scroll down. This is how there should be a screen into and of itself, and then I just hover over. If they have more than 10, they want you to make a temple. So like I'm gonna have to, actually I think one of the dwarves in that one died. But if they have over 25, then they want a big temple. I mean, it is jank, but yeah, I mean, it did work. All right, we got more books, I presume. Again, if you do that same thing, but with guilds, it'll say that you agreed to build a guild in the name. I can show you. Let me just acquire more books for my library. Cross notch, sure. If you hit Z on the keyboard, meeting, click that, and then click Guild Hall and scroll down, they will not petition unless there's more than 10 members. Well, I mean, I would say leave the alert there because the alert there will stay there for 3 months, right? And then just don't accept it until the alert is done, which is what I do, right? Like, I made this. Like, just don't finish or let the alert finalize until it's ready to go. Is probably just the best kind of middle ground for that, because that's... It works for me. I mean, obviously, like, it could be better and probably should be better, but... Strategically transport equipment to an alternate location. Steal. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, definitely. This checks out perfectly. I support this message. And I need more bedrooms. Lately, your memory success, so like you'll be working on something and be like, oh, that's important, then immediately forget. I think that like, I think the whole world's feeling that a little bit. To be honest, like it's something I don't like to think about. It's like kind of scary to me, but I know that like past generations have been like, oh, people will forget to read because like, or forget to learn or stop learning how to read because like TV exists, right? Now it's like, I think we may actually have like finally found something where people are actually getting less smart due to, you know, the... It's scary. I don't know. That one movie was right. I beg your pardon, Suited? Are you okay? Like, that one movie. Sure, yes, I will agree. I have no idea what you're talking about, but sure. You're gonna go buy some Crocs now? Okay, sure. Go buy Crocs. Crocs are comfy. They're great gardening shoes. Also, I love them for boating because they don't sink. You mean like socks in the world, Grey H? I don't know. I've played quite a bit of Project Zomboid, and I don't think I've ever had tens of thousands of socks in Project Zomboid. But then again, I've never been very good at Project Zomboid. Oh, I mean, reading is very slow if you're not good at it. But you could also say that for literally anything, right? Building Lego is slow if you're not good at it and your pieces aren't organized. I mean, I said that for a very long time, and I still think I suck at reading, but I've been working on it very heavily, and I'm finally getting to the point where I can read books again. I mean, I also have ADHD. Like, doesn't every single, like, early middle-aged adult have ADHD at this point? Odom! A holy gravel. That's Ross from Society. Holy gravel is how I feel about, like, gravel when I get on an airplane. Holy gravel. Keeping me alive. Anyway, I will say the same thing that I always say when conversations like this begin, which is, if your brain work funky, use it to your advantage, not the opposite. I think we are very easily convinced to use it for the opposite. Please be using weaponsmithing. You want a forest? I probably need to hack down some trees. Stacked leather, shining bars of metal. It's forest. Okay, so yeah, you need wood likely. How many? I think that's just like straight up illegal federally here. Like you just can't do that in Canada. Outside of some very specific places that have it grandfathered in. Oh, we're talking about Japan, I see. I mean, I'm in Canada, so the only smoke I consume is weed. It's actually like one of the main reasons I like kind of have very little interest in going to Japan. Chromatite. He's teaching weaponsmithing. That's good. Smoking indoors? Or rather, having a business that allows you to smoke indoors? As I said, unless you're very heavily grandfathered in. Yeah, pachinko doesn't really exist here. I'm sure there is one somewhere, but it's probably closer to a weird novelty. We tend to do that spectacle. Who's my manager? And what are they doing? Because it's not their job. Blast! Oh, are you still pondering? Still pondering, eh? This dwarf was the most upset dwarf in the fort for a while. Also, I think that flood actually did improve moods. That's funny. My squads are returning. Or has returned. YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Jesus wants to know what biome they're embarking on next. I think that you should embark on a moist tropical broadleaf forest. More books. That's what we've acquired. I haven't found any slaves this time. It's kind of a shame. I was kind of hoping we could get some more interesting populace after the last ones all died, but... There's a kobold hamlet here? Okay. You know, if I conquered and occupied a kobold hamlet and then reclaimed it, I wonder if I could run a dwarven fortress with a bunch of kobold population, or if they'd be hostile. Let's go for Cloudy Wind. Joyous Wild Savannah, says Lidrin. Evil Dry Tropical Broadleaf Forest, says Wolfist Wolf. I just like saying moist tropical broadleaf forest. It's just a set of words that I like to say. Also, Chad, I think I fucked up. No, I didn't. Never mind. Although... I think we're just going to cave this in. We're going to do what we did the last time. And this right here can get this. I'm also going to... Ooh, how am I going to do this? I'm just going to build a stair right here. I'm going to build a wall right here. Have I played Songs of Six? Yep. It's like, did I just kill a bunch of dwarves? No, fuck. God damn it. I screwed up. Also, dwarf, don't do it. It was close. I fucked up because I lost access to my, how do I word this? I need to wait until all of this water is gone. I just broke my, what's the word? Trash pile again. Shit. I'll be honest with you, that's part of the reason I play it less these days. Spectacle. Mostly because I find that I have a very different sense of humor to a lot of people. I wish that I liked Songs of Six more. I don't hate it. I want to play it again. I've just been waiting for him to hit 1.0. I don't know. I mean, you laugh, but like, I don't, I guess. Couldn't you trash pile in the pool or something? I mean, what I should actually do is just move my trash pile over here, which is probably what I'm going to do. Probably what I'm going to do. So yeah, I don't know. Jack, can I get a round of beers? I don't want to think about that too much more. Games that allow people to be very sadistic. Shit, I'm thinking about it more. Tend to make the audience who likes to watch it kind of intolerable. Or really annoying, I guess. I know that like Dwarf Fortress has that capability, but I feel like Dwarf Fortress kind of dodges enough of the sadism with its mechanics that a lot of that kind of can just get left. Yeah, I don't know. The issue that I have with Songs of Six, and the issue that I've had with every version I've played in the last while, is it seems like it's going to be this really, really, really interesting city building strategy game. But in reality, it is a really interesting city building strategy game until the point where it becomes like a civilization builder and combat game. I like the city building side, but the second it's like, all right, now build like a civilization next to it, I kind of stop enjoying it like immediately. And I think that kind of sucks. I wish that wasn't the case, but that aspect of it, I think, kind of outstays its welcome for me pretty quick. Suddenly became an RTS. I liked the RTS part of Brutal Legend, but yeah, sure. I mean, I think that like a lot of games kind of fall into that trap where they try and do a little bit too much. Like I think that if Songs of Six was just a really banger city builder, I think I would enjoy it a lot more. It's not that I don't like it. I do quite like it. I wish it tried to do a little bit less. There's an interview where I actually talked to the developer on my YouTube channel. It's got like, I don't know, 40,000 views now or something. Also, this is mildly distressing. Getting paid tomorrow? Happy payday. I should stream more SimCity 3K, although I have no fucking idea how I would make that run on Linux. All right, so that dwarf has made a golden crossbow, which is not exactly what I was hoping I would get, but let's make a crossbow squad. Let's put a hunter as the leader. You can use that crossbow. We'll use helms made of leather and shields made of wood. We'll call this crossbow. Did I not save that? There we go. I guess I didn't. And then they both get this. Except you don't need to use a specific weapon. You're just going to use crossbows. I'm not going to worry too much about the material with that. And you, I'm just going to call this crossbow main. Oh, I'm sure there's ways to run it. I'm sure I could get it running. I'm just kind of thinking out loud that I don't know how I would get it to run. Probably have to use Lutris or something. Oh yeah, I guess you can just like launch non-Steam games through Steam and use Proton. Hadn't really contemplated that. Or rather, hadn't considered that. I would not enjoy playing SimCity 3000 with a controller, thanks. I mean, if you do, live your life, I guess. I would rather not do that, thank you. Not a ton yourself, Pigmightier. Just playing with lava and shenanigans. Actually, why don't we just... Oh, that's interesting, actually. You're deemed to name something. I did not see it. You want a dwarf in the military. Do you want one of those dwarves I just assigned, or would you like to pick one? Because this is my military. They're not very good, but which one? Yes, no, that. Words. I think I remember you talking about getting your racers working, yeah. Good news, you found an evil savannah. Bad news, it's next to a dwarven tower. I mean, that's just a slightly more evil savannah. That's like, you know, taking, I don't know, salt and pepper chips and putting a little bit of extra salt on it at that point. Like, you'll take the dwarf with a gold crossbow? Okay. This'll dwarf. Oops. Wolfist Wolf relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He is intellectually stubborn and rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He does not find most jokes humorous. And is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. That's a good thing. You'll run away when you get chased as a Marksdwarf. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to be quite polite. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. He also finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding after experiencing trauma in 1075, and tends to consider what others think of him, and often tells pointless stories even when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. He likes steel and wood opal, muskox horn, swan bone. You don't see that. You know, I've seen swan bone listed before in Dwarfport and swan leather and other things. I don't think I've ever seen a swan outside of adventure mode. He likes swan bone, buckets, and blue peafellows for their enormous tails, the words of the North Way, the sound of the cobalt boulders, and when possible, prefers to consume fish and cassava beer. The sound of the North boulders just sounds like he likes the sound of mining through cobalt specifically. He worships, is a member of the Bronze Sect and worships the god of minerals. Should you give Marksdwarves daggers? No. 1, they don't know to swap weapons. 2, daggers are not dwarven weapons, so you can't produce them consistently. You should just try to keep your Marksdwarves out of melee range, is what you should do with Marksdwarves. I mean, like, you can. I'm not your parent. But if you're asking if I think that you should, no. No, you shouldn't. Aren't all games just PC games now? At this point? Because everything's developed for PC and then ported to the consoles? Especially because most of the consoles are just PCs now. It's like the difference is they just, like, you know... Then the Age of Strife. Pretty soon all games will be Linux games. Why would the Age of Strife begin when all games are Linux games? Well, I mean, okay. I'm going to say something controversial. Sorry, isn't Nintendo kind of, sort of, maybe almost an Android developer? Because of the chipset that they're using? For the Switch? I mean, who fucking cares? The reality is, like, the vast majority of people who end up on Linux for video games will be using SteamOS, probably. So they'll all just be using Arch anyways. So they've already won. They've already got a better distro than I do, at least when it comes to, like, nerd cred. Distro? I said distro really weird. Distro. The Guild of Granite. They want me to make them a metalsmith's guild. And I feel really stupid, chat. I was wondering a little while ago why my dwarves weren't, like, putting bodies into coffins. Turns out, I deleted the staircase. I feel real dumb. Well, I mean... Oh well. In other news... No Stairway to Heaven? Nope. Just like Wayne's World, you know? You know, if you asked my younger self that, I probably would be like, what is that? Probably wouldn't even know what you're talking about. Unless you're asking like post-2009 me, at which point I would say, huh? Or I would say that that's great because if it was the era of me where I had just purchased a new computer and had no option but to pay a lot of money for Windows, I might think, wait, I don't have to pay for... So I guess it kind of depends on the age of past me. But, like, I don't think chat here disagrees with me, right? Like, I'm not a crazy person when I'm saying that. It's like, yeah, I mean... Well, it is kind of funny, though, that, like... It took forever, but finally Valve was the company that convinced everybody that you can use Linux, and the one they did it with was Arch. I do think that's kind of funny. There's no Windows for ARM, but is there Windows for legs? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing when I say that, like, Nintendo's an Android developer, but I guess I'm, like, using the wrong words for what I'm intending to say, I suppose. Well, today I learned. I guess, is it server architecture? Like, what? Who the heck is using an ARM system with Windows? Actually, I shouldn't ask that question, because the answer is a graybeard, probably. The Copilot computers are ARM-based? Really? Hmm. Eh. You mean the computers that are getting pulled off shelves that nobody's buying? I really hope that's still the case and I'm not just parroting old information that's no longer the case, but... Okay, my squads have returned. Anybody mildly curious about how many books I have? Let's go after Del Moistness again. Anyone want to guess how many books I have? Is the Judas Dwarf still alive? Good question. Yes. Also very happy. Jesus. I find it really funny that Jesus is asking if Judas is still alive, purely because, like, wouldn't you know? Couldn't you just, like, ask your buddies down below? Come on, man. I can tell you for a fact it's not even close to 20,000 Bastet. 100. On the dot, apparently. That's how many books we're up to. Did you win? If we're going by prices right rules, then yeah, it looks like it. You respect his privacy. For some... Okay, so true story about me and religion, Chad. When I was growing up, I always thought it was fucking creepy how people talked about God. Like as a kid, like it was one of the... It was like that and Santa Claus, like genuinely like weirded me out a little bit. It's like, why is he watch all the time? What the fuck's up with that? Like, that's weird. Like, don't people dislike that? And just you saying that you respect his privacy is really funny. I'll be honest with you, I've never played Price is Right outside of, or watched Price is Right out of the board game. Does under automatically win? I always just thought it was whoever was closest. But I fully accept responsibility if I'm 100% incorrect. Oh, that's flooring. No, I want walling. Closest to without going over. Oh. Well, then the 69 wins. Nice. Some stupid Kia has been stealing your stuff on the surface and stole 2 scrolls from you and attacked a child. Oh my god! Sounds like it's time to go to war with that Kia. Should honk at it. Get a goose. It'll do the job. If anybody's wondering what we're doing, I'm building up so that I can build a metalsmith's guild up here. And guild hall, metalsmith. It's a game show. Is Price is Right. I knew it as a board game because that was my life growing up, and how I interacted with that kind of media was in the format of board games. I think if I do 2 of these and 1 of those, nope, that's the wrong color. I have to do yellow first. Nope. Let's get rid of this one. And instead, I will just use vertical bars. And I will actually make this one. Yeah, I'll make this one public. Even though it's not the thing I'm prioritizing. It is going to make the actual value of my statues and stuff go up on average, so. Oh, right. Can't place them outside. Great. I just confirmed SimCity 3K is working flawlessly on mine. Sure. Well, good to know. I mean, that's most game shows, right? Is just an advertising medium. So I have a question. Speaking of game shows, does anybody here remember 1 versus 100? Or am I just the right age to have had a friend who owned an Xbox who played 1 versus 100? Sterling Burnside's in YouTube chat gets it. Slime worked on that? Really? Okay. Because, like, in the age of battle royales, and also, like, everybody actually having a functional internet connection, and also live games, how the fuck does that not come back? So 1 versus 100 was a game show that existed on Xbox Live where at a certain time of day, you'd log in and play. And it was one big game, basically. And it was just a, like, if I vaguely remember, like a trivia show. What time is groceries? Oh, I did that yesterday. Wait, oh, no, not groceries. I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry about it. I have timestamps in chat, so every time you guys see it, I see the clock, and I know what time I need to end. So, like, how have they not brought that back? Especially, like, now that everything's an Xbox. Like, they could... I don't know. It's kind of wild to me that 1 versus 100 has just kind of languished in obscurity. If you're milled, are you talking about your windmill? When you say, because Dwarf Fortress has mills, but they also have windmills. Are you talking about windmills or mills? Because if you're talking about mills, I can tell you right now that your mill or your mill should work regardless of the elevation. But if you're talking about windmills, if it's got a wall next to it, it won't work. If it's got a tree next to it, it won't work. Windmills are pretty fiddly. Let's just do this. I should finally just automate stuff. Brew from fruit, brew from plant, and I'll just do this seasonally, sure. Seasonally, and let's just do 150. 150, that should be plenty. Maybe even monthly, I don't know. We'll see where that brings us to. You just sat down after work and remembered it was my short day? Yeah, no, I'm keeping an eye. Don't worry about it. There's a thief. Oh, there it is. What's up, Thelis? Not the one that ended up in my previous fort. Or that came from my previous fort, rather. All right, it's time to pour some water somewhere. Probably. I'm also gonna have to do a second lap around. It's also possible that maps just don't have wind. But, like, a lot of things can block wind as well. I think usually that's the case, is there's just something blocking it. Oh, also, if it's cold, they can freeze. Like, if there's snow everywhere, I've had windmills freeze, but it says frozen elsewhere. So it's pretty clear that they're frozen and not functioning. Huh. I'd swear I just saw a dwarf walk through lava, but... I'm a little bit concerned by this, but what could possibly go wrong? Aside from somebody burns to death, I guess. So this is connected to this. This is also helping. Let's just get rid of this. Should be fine. Recently, your dwarf made a statue of a dwarf crafting villain figures, and just clap at such patience and dedication. What, to the very small, specific images? I don't think that would cause that, but I could be wrong. I have a hunch that that's not likely the issue. Radiant Psych. But that's, you know, a hunch. Just like, you know, the back of Notre Dame. Disney's most underrated movie, in my opinion. Whoop. Dwarfs is here to trade once again. This fortress has been really quiet, hey? Considering like this world's been pretty chaotic at points, I'm kind of surprised by how quiet it's been. Like, kind of really surprised about how quiet it's been. What causes automatic pausing of construction? You enabling it in the announcements options? Oh, wait. Pausing of construction. Something canceling the job, so something interrupting the job. If that's what you mean. Not pausing of the physical video game. You mean like, thing wasn't finished because it was suspended. We are getting attacked by goblins, apparently. They have iron gear. And this character is content after putting on a fine item. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? I was just talking about nothing happening in a while. That's exciting. This elf is also covered in elf hair stuff. I wonder if it's their own hair or somebody else's hair. But stuff will pause construction if there's a reason for the construction to pause. Let's also go here. Trying to get as many of the dwarves inside as possible. Let's also do this. Let's also do this. And let's also do this. Snatchers. Children must be protected. The baddies are running directly towards us now and are very close. And my traders aren't even in the fort yet, so I'm going to have to just send my dwarves out. Although it appears that the traders are helping, so that's nice of them. This isn't even one of my soldiers. This is one of the trade caravan. Actually just killed somebody. Canyon Tangle here just killed that elf that was leading their charge. In fact, chat, can I get a bigger Vile Force of Darkness? We can do better than that. How fragile we are. We've begone fear. He actually killed him by hacking him in the upper body, and which shattered his heart. Several more dwarves have now fallen. Wouldn't it be kind of awesome if this trading caravan ended the siege for me? Which is something I don't think I've ever had happen before. Oh, here comes one of my soldiers. Neezer. Who's now going to go fill a water skin. Changed his mind. I guess so. Shinobi, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you. Oh. Seems like Darius just bashed a goblin in the upper body. With the golden mace right next to Shinobi. That is quite the force of vile darkness, my friend. Shinobi here, who is also still wielding that gold artifact sword, says this does not scare me after slashing the goblin bowman with Negutagustaruk, this gold sword, which then tears apart the muscle, shattering the right true ribs and tearing apart the heart. That goblin will never love again. It's truly sad. The dwarves are continuing their onslaught against the pathetic attempt for the goblins to siege us, and now I'm curious if trading is still going to go through. We'll find out now, won't we? I'd say that went pretty well. It looks like trading is still going to go through. Hot damn! I'm going to make a statue for Aban Canyon Tangle here, who saved one of my elephants and a child in that fight. And also, who the heck's my manager these days? I think I'm going to give somebody else the manager job. I need somebody who's less busy. But I will let that dwarf keep the manager's office. Just gonna make another one right next to it. Right there. Manager, please. And this over here is going to get... not that. And... gold. And gold. Yeah, I think you're like 5 bits away from being number 3, Shinobi. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yesterday was crazy. I'm good for the rest of the month, more or less. But I do appreciate that all the same. So I was curious about this. So, you know how I've talked about before that you can't sell Forgotten Beast silk stuff. It looks like you can. If it's in a bin. That's good to know. I have to keep that in mind. They brought another hen. I will buy that. Also buy that other pig. I'll buy the paper, buy the cheese, buy the quivers, buy the backpack, the blueberries, the plump helmets, and the garden cress. And also the fish, and that. And these. Yay. Thank you. There you go. Just to slip in that number 3 spot. Thanks, Shinobi. The truths about the village. Wheel is lull. I think this dwarf finds wagons funny. The outpost liaison from the mountain homes is now speaking with us, and I'm going to ask them to just continue bringing us hematite. If I can find it in the list. No, I'm going to ask for sand. I'm going to ask for sand. Bring us sand. They want blocks and pearl ash. Oddly fitting. You know, sometimes there will be like second floor delivery doors. That's kind of what this is reminding me of. Like in older buildings where it's just like there's just a doorway that like leads to nowhere on like the second floor of a building. That's kind of what that looks like. It's like artifacts of times long past, you know? Kind of scanning around for dwarfesses that have died at this. Can't tell if you're dead. I think you are. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? For Shinobi getting that number 3. Congrats. I mean, that emoji genuinely looks like someone just came in their pants. I'm not even going to try and replicate it with my face. But, like... it does look like that to me, and it's not good on YouTube either. YouTube's emoji selection is pretty terrible, although the beer one is okay. There's so many hamster remains. What? I mean, here. This one. I feel like if there's anything in the tech world that's just made by out-of-touch people who don't know what people talk like or how they use technology, aside from like every single major operating system creator, like the emoji people are like the worst offenders of that. Yeah, it's that one, Shinobi. Actually, it is pretty bad on Twitch too. Okay. Oh, I turned the burrow on, didn't I? Back to work, dwarves. The fuck do you need a lollipop for? I don't know. I mean, I have a genuine question, though. Ozanthium, have you seen an eggplant? I feel like that existed before. I think that's just what... like how people referred to eggplants back in the day, you know? Like, I think that might predate emoji. It's just like, you know, the number of like jokes about zucchini plants I've seen people make whilst gardening. I think that might predate emoji. I think that certain veggies look phallic, and that's funny. I mean, yes, they did decide to make it into an emoji, which, you know. Dwarf is gambling with their life. We're about to cave in another one. Sorry, lad. Rest in peace. Oh no, I'm on fire. Not that lead. Well, I mean, I don't think that dwarf is you. You saw him die. It's a shame, Wolfist. But inevitable. You are living in a dwarven fort after all, and I am playing around in lava. Crumble. This dwarf's gonna die now too, aren't they? 2 actually, Creed.
Bring out your dead.
Nope. Well, at least one replaced that one. Excellent. Okay, it does kind of look like these have all been removed. All right, well, there's one other thing I gotta do. Just I gotta get rid of this. Or at least gotta get rid of the base of this. Thankfully, that's easy to do. There's no such thing as a not useful migrant. Please be more descriptive, Baskery. You might as well have just said a dwarf. To me, it's animals opening doors. Like, to me, cats opening doors is funnier than elephants using stairs, but, like, sure. I get it. No, babies are very useful. They make mom happy. Like, genuinely, like, if you haven't seen how many happy thoughts a mother dwarf gets from having a baby, then, well, you haven't looked at many mums, like, moods. So there's that. And then there's also the fact that, they then grow up and become useful. They're like dedicated haulers. It's nice. Peasant, the ones with the least skills. I mean, they'll get them really quickly. So which one would you like? We got Toasted, Aerith, Lore, Moses, or Thultig. Or the baby. I mean, there is a baby. They're either very smug or very skittish about it. I watched a cat close a door very, very slowly and gently on her tail because her tail brushed against the door, and she shit herself and ran across the room screaming. So, you know. Yeah, fair enough. Around. You'd like to be the baby? All right. Well, you get to be Saigon then. The most useful dwarf in the fortress. His only words are mama. You know, actually, you saying that you want to be the least useful dwarf in the fort, I should have just given you a baby elephant. He is prone to strong feelings of lust, and he is an optimist. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and rarely feels discouraged. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he sometimes acts without deliberation. He does not easily fall in love. He rarely develops positive feelings, and he is assertive, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't handle stress well. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. And I don't think I ever actually finished that guild hall. He likes hematite, steel, gunsight, and apple wood, water buffalo horn, battle axes, thrones, and giant porcupines for their quills. And the words of these of the silken watchful amethyst and the sight of the diamond mines of impossible prefers to consume carambola wine. And I don't know if that was intended to rhyme, but it did, and hates bats. And his parents aren't dead, which is wild. And they're a thresher and a tanner in a family of farmers, and he's a member of the Sienna Creed, whether he likes it or not, worshipping the god of minerals, whether he likes it or not. What does that mean? Lead. Okay, let's go up here, and that was one of the dwarves that died. I can't remember the name of the other one. Amber-esque, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate you. Damn right. Serve it up. In regards to giving the baby a beer. And I can go back out here. Pasture up my baby elephants again. Let's also go back up into here. Place those. And I guess I can grab this. Close this. I think we can cave this in now. Is everybody ready to cave in another, big old chunk of rock? I don't see anywhere where it's connected to the wall. Diagonals are not load bearing, so that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, we should be good. Caving in is much better than caving out. Let me be real here. And here we go. Here goes nothing. Okay, something is supporting it. Well. Oh, fuck. What? Oh, geez, I fucked up. Do you ever connect a thing to the wrong lever and then wonder why a drawbridge opens that starts, sealing the side? Do you ever do that, chat, or is that just me? Only always? Right. Okay. That's not the smartest I feel, or I've ever felt, but it's also not the dumbest. It is up there, though. Wow. What am I doing? Let's just do 10 if there's more than 10 gold nuggets. And then let's also go right here. Get that working. Lamps TV, thanks for the brand new subscription. Appreciate you. I'm actually just realizing that I haven't updated that command. I should probably do that, but not right now. I'll do that later. It'll take you to the right-ish place. Creed. And the baby, the angriest being alive? Well, it depends on, if the baby's been completely scarred for life, right? And that's usually the fault of the player. I say usually. It's almost like if you abuse children, they don't like you very much. The Copper Faith now has worshippers here and requires a temple and a priest. Who are you assigned to? Which I can't remember. Oh, literally, it's just Xenophon that's assigned to this one. Let's go back out. Keep at this. Man, this one... Have I gone here? Shocked Groove? I'm positive I haven't. So we're gonna go. Get out there, dwarves. Get at them. You have a good night, Bastet. Okay, well, at least this one is sorted. I definitely used the wrong material there. Wait, what? Did I really just run out of jet? Actually, why don't I just do this? I'll just have one here that's just making jet blocks. It turns out I've got like 5,000 more jet boulders that need to get put away. Oh my? Yeah, just a couple. How's the stream gone? No complaints. I mean, it's been pretty good. The game itself has been a little bit quiet, but on the flip side, that's a positive thing because it gives me time to, you know, build stuff. I'm just going to make wax crafts because I'm just noticing I have a lot of wax lying around. Let's also go up to here and tell you to... Oh, I don't have any mead, apparently. I do have royal jelly, though. Jet hoarding? Well, I settled on top of this castle, which was constructed entirely out of jet, and then there, because it's a world gen castle, it's all jet boulders, so I caved in that side. Okay, so I torched enough dwarves already. I don't need to torch more, so I think I'm just actually going to dig out here. Until that is finished, you know, drying inside. And there we go. Do you get tired of jet? I mean, this fortress has a surplus of it, so I'm using it, but I'm also trying to, like, you know, have a good variety of colors. I think, like, color variety is important. Speaking of, that's not the color I wanted. Chat, what color is overrated in Dwarf Fortress, and why is it not jet? Oops. Let's do this. I could also actually just go out to here. Extend this a little bit. Make one slightly bigger house. Yeah, I don't understand Electrum. I mean, isn't Electrum just like less valuable gold mixed with other things? Like, why would I make my gold less valuable? Ah, jeez. Well, I guess I have a moat filled with water now. I'm actually just going to stop all of this and then let the moat fill up with water. That wasn't intended, but I guess I have a moat now. I thought I had one layer further down I could go. I mean, thank you very much for the, like, $13.39 Ledrion. Check, can I get a round of beers? Free moat? Yeah! No moat like unexpected moat, you know? It's gonna fill up quite a bit, too. It's actually more like a free water reservoir. I was planning to make this into a moat, I just wasn't planning to put water into it. I guess it is kind of a moat, but... You know, actually, no regrets. That looks awesome. Like, actually, that looks awesome. Electrum creates value if you smelt it or as ore with tetrahedrite. If you have loads of tetra and don't need it, you can also mix to create an overall value. I suppose. I guess I've never really had much issue with acquiring value in items in Dwarf Fort, to the point where, like, I guess I don't see the point of, like, seeking overwhelming value in this game. Well, we'll just make some jet blocks then. Then there's this. But what they need is the copper faith. Could just go one further down. If it looks cool, then you'll make it. Yeah, no, that's a fair rule to live by. This is gonna be so full of bodies in a pretty short period of time. Because I don't really have a way of draining it. Although it won't be hard to set that up if I need to. Because it has 3 months before it expires. If you accept it, then it has 3 months before it expires. So you can have 6 months before it expires if you just wait for a month. That's why I'm not accepting it. Also because I am not a perfect human, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. And I forget things too. And if you talk to people who play this game, they'll always ask if there's a list of all of the accepted petitions. So I just don't accept them right away and I let them linger so that I don't forget. And it's not that I don't know how to check which petition it is. I do know how to do that. The problem is I just forget to check. So if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. So keep it in sight, keep it in mind. Yeah, it's helpful that I have gold, though, in regards to the hard economy. I feel like in real life, we're kind of living in hard economy right now. So yeah, that's why I leave it up there. It's kind of like a to-do list. If it's up there and blinking, I know I haven't done it yet. I mean, that's fair, but don't think of it as a notification blip. Think of it as a to-do list. And you get to check that box when you've completed it. That's how I think of it, anyway. And, you know, like anything, you get used to it after a bit. Like, I used to impulsively get rid of them as well, and then I found it more productive and easier to manage if I left it there. So now I do, because it's easier to manage. Because you live in a clown show? Roses are red, I guess? I don't know. Also because your chocolate is shit. probably is actually, it's really low quality chocolate. You're Australian? Sorry for assuming. Same statement. It's probably shitty chocolate. I'm sure you could find, like, more expensive chocolate if you did a little bit of digging. Lint is shit. That's all I have to say. You just found your YouTube a while ago and you're trying to get back into fortressing. Thanks for letting you know that tavern waterboarding is... This will save so many lives. Somebody's queen in chat died earlier today because of tavern waterboarding. To dwarf they were trying to get them to hook up with. The queen. They were trying to get the queen to hook up with a dwarf, and then that dwarf drowned them. So, yeah, it still happens. I kind of don't eat chocolate. I don't know. So it's the Copper Faith that I need to go for. So Temple. This one. The God of Metals and Fire. The Hot Sanctum! Well. That's all I got. Well, tavern waterboarding is when you have a tavern keeper and somebody falls asleep in the tavern and then the tavern keeper's like, oh, hey, you look thirsty. And then they pour water, like they pour alcohol in your face. And then they go, oh, you're probably still thirsty. He's not moving. Pour alcohol on his face. Oh, he's not moving. Pour alcohol on his face. Open mouth. Pour alcohol directly in mouth. Grab barrel. Pour a whole barrel worth of alcohol into mouth. Oh, God, there's a dead dwarf on the floor. Dies from suffocation due to drowning and or alcohol poisoning or both. That's Dwarven waterboarding. It's a terrifying reality of Dwarven society, unfortunately. You're surprised they don't learn that kills dwarves? This implies that dwarves are capable of remembering the, like, response to their actions. Space Potatoes Unite used to be rich, chat. In exchange, can we pour a pile of beer on them? It's like that Def Leppard song, but with beer instead of sugar. What's up, Bone Doll? Yeah, unless, like, you're limiting yourself to... So YouTube chat's talking about attaining value in Dwarf Fort. Unless you're limiting yourself to, like, only wood on the surface. Like, completing the value needs for locations is a relatively trivial pursuit. Neezer is now officially a religious figure. You are the holy flare of the god of metal and fire. Of the Hot Sanctum. That's such a good name. God damn. Holy hell, hot damn. Went and explored another location. The factual monastery, as opposed to the unfactual monastery. Oy, I'm not sure what's a better name for a temple, the factual monastery or the Hot Sanctum? I think the Hot Sanctum's up there. The monastery that only has facts. We're also gonna go get stuff from this location now. They'll have to continue exploring. That is my bot, Amber. It is a channel points redemption which is done beneath the stream, not through my bot, and it's on cooldown right now. It's called Name Something. Got to click on the little, I guess it's kind of like a diamond-shaped thingy. Kind of looks like a Skyrim, what's the word? Quest marker? Sure, or the what the thingy is from The Sims. You know, the funny thing is, all I need to do is disable one pump, and this would stop filling. I could stop this. But I do think it looks quite nice, so. You know, Plum Bob, is that like SpongeBob? Or the Ethereum symbol? Yeah, I guess, sure. Kind of like that. Man, this dwarf. I mean, this elephant has seen some shit. Like, she's just covered from head. She looks like she went through a wood chipper. And also unquestionably weak, which I think is kind of funny, or ironic rather, considering she has 2 notable kills and 5 others. What a goddamn elephant, man. I'm going to call this elephant. I want to say Scar, but that's a lion from The Lion King. Oh, no, not Scarback. Scarball. If someone can think of something better than Scarball, let me know. I'm sure you can. She does lack confidence in her abilities when, and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contentions. But has directly saved my fortress on multiple occasions. And I'm glad that she doesn't have any long-term memories, otherwise she'd probably have PTSD. Ball scars is worse. Oh, when you were saying Plum Bob, I was assuming it was the gemmy thing from The Sims. Scartusk. I think I actually named a fortress Scartusk once. Or was it Wartusk? I think it was Wartusk. I could just name her Wartusk. Let's go with that. No. Well, Gortusk was a fort that I had once, but actually I could call it Gortusk. I think I did name a fortress Wartusk once. Let's name it Gortusk. It can be a reference to times long past. Topsy? Is that like Dropsy? The mother of Bob... Yeah, the mother of Bobby... Hey. Topsy was a real elephant? I mean... I don't need to name it after... Did Topsy also kill many people? Because maybe we shouldn't, like, scar the good name of Topsy. This is a battle elephant, after all. You vote Ebenezer? That was the name of my, like, expedition leader in Winterhearth, because for those of you who didn't notice, Winterhearth and Winterthrone was a Christmas special. For those of you who missed that bit, that's what that fort was supposed to be. A couple? Okay. I'm naming it Gortusk. You remember reading about an elephant that was hanged for murder? What? Why did they have to hang it? That seems wildly unnecessary. During 25 years, Fort Potch, Topsy gained a reputation as a bad elephant after killing a spectator in 1902 and was sold to Coney Island Sea Lion Park. That's really fucking sad. Like, I think I have too much empathy for animals. That's really fucking sad, man. Or maybe some people don't have enough empathy for animals. I mean, I'm not gonna go after people who live in Tennessee over something that happened that long ago, but like at the same time, like, and circuses were fucked up. I guess they still kind of are, but they're just a very different kind of fucked up now. And people. They should have named Topsy Splatsy. Also, I guess the YouTube like XP thing is working, Jesus, because you're number 3 now. Gray H is still number 1 though. What? They hanged and electrocuted her? Cause man, that's distressing. The poor elephant. I think I speak for all of us right now when I say humans are fucking stupid. Like, you know, in case you were unaware, humans are really dumb. I don't care if it was 1903 or 1003. That's fucked up. Although, actually, I would care if it was 1003 because it would be really wild that they figured out how to electrocute something in that year. So, suddenly Ancient Aliens memes. No, I know. I know you're not saying it's not fucked up. Like, I don't care what year it is. It's still fucked up. I'm just trying, like, reiterating, I guess, how fucked up I think that is. I'll make an elephant statue and name it Topsy as, like, a memorial. Oh, shit! We found one! Look at that! Thandrox! It's going! Is it? I hope this isn't a chess game. If so, I just lost, I guess, right? I don't know. I read my username again, Jesus. Solon help. So is it help inked or help inked? It's probably help inked, right? They're like a typewriter. Oh. A sacred controller. Chat. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think the words sacred controller? Because for me, Wiimote, I was going to say like Xbox One controller probably. Was a religious leader at one point. Was the former sacred shield of the Scalded Doctrines. Is a former member of the Scalded Doctrines. Was a former slave of the Geared Kingdom. And is a member of the Dented Creed. And a sacred controller of the Dented Creed. Worshipping the god Zasset Elebicast. Elebicast? Ella de Babidi Boo. Oh, well, I'm going to accept you, so. I just want to know what that god is. The god of fortresses and war. Wow. That's also a dwarven name that critter has, and they are a legendary fish dissector. I wonder how many fucking fish you have to dissect to become a legendary fish dissector. They know one poem. Oh, sorry. They know one musical form, not a poem, which is used for entertainment, which originated in the Obstinate Rampart, which is actually my dwarven faction, which is interesting. I mean, they were created by a necromancer, after all. That is a dwarf. Or was a dwarf. Let's make some choirs. If I can remember where I put my Marksdwarf shop. There it is. So I'm just realizing that I actually have a bunch of writing material. Speaking of, how many books is the library up to? We were at 100 the last time we looked. 112, that seems low. Forces of the enjoyable knowledge search the place. The bond for everyone. Errors in the mountain home. Better cloister razors. Mortality and nothing. Mortality and nothing more. Star charts of my ancestors. And they freed that one critter. Cool. Light my violet. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Mods, can I get a shout out for Light My Violet? How was the stream? You were dwarfing, I think, right? I was looking at the directory. We just freed a slave. Or a former slave. This guy. Oh, who is now, I guess, in my faction. Where is you? There he is. This guy. He's apparently a religious leader. And can now reside in SKULLPONDERS and is very satisfied about it. Big beginner energy. Everybody was a beginner once. Gotta start somewhere, right? In this fort, I'm trying to figure out if a bug that I think is actually a bug is a bug, or if I've discovered something, like a design oversight. But don't worry about the ice. This should be refilling, but it's not. So I'm doing some shenanigans. I don't know. I'm trying to think like, okay, should I try and like actually explain everything that I'm doing? Probably, right? So this is supposed to refill with lava all the way back up to the top, and I started dumping water on it to make obsidian so that I can make sharp swords, which are not very good out of obsidian because I'm not using metal for weapons because I'm stupid. The problem is it's not refilling when it should. So I think because I retired and reclaimed this fortress, it's no longer refilling when it should. So I'm confused by this. So I'm fiddling with it. And trying to figure it out. Although I may actually do something in a minute, which is going to greatly speed up the process. And also equal me getting a lot less obsidian. But we have plenty of obsidian. I'm not certain I need to do another 70 layers. So instead I may just like dig all the way down to here and then just like drain it off the edge of the map. No, because that was patched out 2 patches ago in regards to the thing that causes eruptions. Question. So yes, but no. Was. All right, so that, we'll just let them start doing this. But essentially, we're just digging through this, and then I'm going to drop a lot of rocks down in here. It'll be fun. Blue Chimp, hello. It's good to see you. So how long have you been playing Dwarf Fort? Welcome, Raiders. Did anything interesting happen in the fort today? For me, it's mostly just been me accidentally flooding my fort and then unintentionally making a moat. Which wasn't intentional, I swear. Like, genuinely wasn't intentional. But now it kind of looks nice, so I might keep it. I don't know. I haven't fully decided yet. This is true, yeah, but the vampire fort, was also played back, oh boy, in October? No. Late November was when that fort started. And then I finished it like mid-December. So it's been a while since that fort. So I tried this a little bit ago and it didn't work and I was disappointed and sad and I wanted to cry. Now I'm going to try this again and hopefully it works this time. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not going to screw this up again. Let's also get that fixed. Something like 25 hours. Okay, so like you know the controls and you've got the basics down probably. Well, I've said this for years. If you know how to make soap, you've learned Dwarf Fort. Well, that's not good. I discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Actually, no, that is good. Well, who wants to burn a cavern? Wow. Good job there, Dwarf. Okay, this is slightly ballsy. This could go horribly wrong. Section of cavern has collapsed. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna really quick do this. Also, weapons withdraws from society, which is very nice of them. My dwarves have returned from yet another siege, methinks. Nope, they never left. Man, I kind of want some of this wood, but I also kind of don't. All right, let's just give this a tug and hope it works. Wish me luck, chat. I'm going to try and make a big thing go crash. And, new artifact is beginning. Oh, hey, it worked. I was like, oh no, it didn't work. No, it worked. And I paused it in time too, so you guys can see the calamity in real time. Yeah, I made it work that time, so that's good. So there's a, you know, just a big ol' crash, crunch, explosion, and dust going everywhere as it does, and things fall. And as far as why these blocks of obsidian are floating in midair, I have no idea. So I'm gonna make them invisible. Because I don't know why they're floating in midair, but they are. Oh. That's kind of funny. There's unusable downward. The slopes are still considered there. Even though they're definitely not there, but they're still considered there. Okay, let's suspend this for a sec. And... uh-oh. An ambush? Oh. These aren't cavern invaders, technically. They also appear to have had a rough time of it, considering that they're all injured. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go down to the lowest point of this cavern layer, which I think is right here. And I'm going to tell a very brave dwarf to go do something very stupid. So I'm going to go dig through that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way down this. And I'm just going to stop that. And then I'm going to get rid of that and then just put a door in instead. Let's just build floors. You do realize I'm playing vanilla Dwarf Fortress right now, right? So Randomir in YouTube chat says, did you enjoy vanilla DF ever, and did you consider do some crazy fort in the future? How do I answer that, chat? If I don't make crazy forts, then fuck me, I don't know what is. Just don't look at them and you'll... Yeah, I think yes is probably the correct response, actually. Come on, Dwarfy, light my fire. That's a stupid place to stand, Dwarf, I'm just saying. Okay. Now everybody run back inside. Right a fuck now. Everybody get the fucking doors right now. And we'll see if this drains. While still being a dwarf faction? I mean, that's really easy. Just allow visitors, invite the first goblins into the fort or permit the first poets that you see that are goblins into the fort, and then expel all the dwarves once they join the fort. And then rinse, repeat. It's not hard to do that. It's just time consuming and really boring and doesn't really have any purpose. And goblins are just boring dwarves that don't sleep and don't eat and don't need alcohol. So, like, it's just Dwarf Fortress with half the mechanics removed, I guess? So if this is going to work the way I think it's going to work, this is just going to completely drain. Slowly. Very slowly. But I think it's going to work. Which is kind of crazy. Randomir, you do realize that Steam and the ASCII version are the exact same game, right? Content-wise, the only difference is one has a different tile set. Have I played in ASCII? Yeah, I learned the game in 09. Or started learning the game in 09 is the correct thing to say. So, yes, I learned to play the game in ASCII. And I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy people in my chat tuning out because they can't understand what they're looking at, and I don't enjoy telling people, like, you know, if you just take some time and look at it, because I did that for years. And you, along with everybody else that's watching me these days, didn't watch when I did that because about 40 people did instead of, like, 400. So, do I enjoy ASCII? I have nothing against it. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's fine. But aesthetically, it's difficult to communicate to an audience, so I play the version that has the graphics because it's easier to verbally communicate to an audience when I don't need to explain what a W is. Anyway, the Agden, the weaponsmith, has created Nomast, a gold short sword, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Back at it, boys. We rowdy. What was this? Shame. Oh. And you, Sergeant Donut, get that sword. And as for the sword itself, well, This is a gold short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval slate cabochons and studded with gold, and encircled with bands of sheep's wool and alpaca wool. On the item is an image of 3 point-cut gems in red spinel. I mean, it'll exit eventually. No, I'm just choosing not to worry about it. I'll be honest, I haven't explored to the edge of the map. It'll pool. It's fine. I mean, I think that learning a game in ASCII requires a little bit more patience. It's like the difference between listening to a book in audiobook format, reading it. It's like one takes a little bit more focus and patience and one's a bit more passive, but like, you know, if it's a densely written book, it still requires comprehension and understanding of what you're hearing or reading. But they're still the same game. Like, it's the same story at the end of the day. I don't think that's that hot of a take, though. Blue Chimp, I've been saying that for years. Unless you and me just share the same hot take, I suppose. Which is also very much possible. I mean, I had a viewer who used to watch all the time. I haven't seen in a really long time, named Lump_Beef_Broth, who watched a lot during the ASCII days, and kind of was a transplant from older iterations of my stream before I started streaming Dwarf Fortress primarily, and had this moment in my chat where he was just like, "Oh my god, I see through the Matrix." Like literally, he just had this moment. He's like, "I get." It was like months after watching me play this one forward after vanishing for a while because didn't get it, and then just had this kind of eureka moment of just like, oh shit, I see the dwarves. It was very funny. At least I found it very funny. I don't know. Let's go to Neo Amazed. Keep acquiring more books. Sounds like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 name. It's a viewer I miss, is what it is. Although that's just kind of the way of things when you do something long enough. No, it doesn't. What's a pickaxe? Who told you what a pickaxe is? I mean, you know what a pickaxe is, right? Well, since you know what a pickaxe is, you don't need to learn what a pickaxe is. It doesn't require more memorization. You just have to learn how to decipher it. Like, I got to the point when I primarily played ASCII where I could just look at a letter and based on the color know what it was representing. So like if, you know, the letter G would appear on the map, I would be able to tell you whether or not it was a goblin goose or a gorlak based on the color. I could tell the difference between a goat and a goose, and it was like light gray versus white. Like, it's just removes a layer. Anyway, I've said this before. I don't like talking about this. Also, I don't think this is refilling. This touches the edge of the map, and I don't think it's refilling. I know it touches the edge of the map because I saw it previously. So I don't think any liquid sources are actually refilling, which is kind of nuts. Like, genuinely, that's kind of absurd. It is kind of like watching a sorting algorithm on YouTube, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's not refilling. That's actually kind of crazy. Like, truly crazy. That's a pretty major bug. Should we tell them, or should I just keep it my secret? I sometimes genuinely wonder, like, what percentage of the Dwarf Fortress player base actually ever reclaims forts. I feel like it's actually a much lower number than I thought it was. Buff McDrinklots or just buff Drinklots? Also, oh shit. Apparently I was wondering why this squad was so small. It's like all of these dwarves have actually left the military. I don't know why that happened, but... Odd. Beard or no beard? Or I guess you don't care. We'll go with Zulban. This looks like a buff McDrinklots. Buff Drinklots. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, can handle stress, and tends to think before acting. He enjoys the company of others and is quite ambitious. He is assertive and generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and talks to inanimate objects when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great masterwork someday, and personally greatly respects the shrewd and guileful and values nature. And dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Likes talc, lead, amethyst, clear glass, echidna tooth, the giant echidna bone, ballista arrows, but he doesn't like the teeth of the giant echidnas, just the normal echidnas. Giant aardvarks for their snout, and when possible prefers to consume pond turtle and prickleberry wine, and hates worms. You monster. What did the worms ever do to you aside from make the dirt good? My dwarves have returned once again. Let's see how the exploration of Neo Maze went. So chat, someone else pointed it out earlier. I have to go pick up groceries. So, I have to say, I think we've done a pretty good job with this fort today. Tomorrow's stream is also not going to be super long, but we'll be messing around more with the draining of this lava, because I'm really curious to see how quickly I can drain it. I'm also kind of curious to go punch a couple other holes in it, like maybe over here or something, and just let it do its thing and drain out. Because the fact that this is not refilling is exciting. Especially because I've also discovered that this, I don't think is refilling. It doesn't look like it is. Well, that's annoying. A forgotten beast named Uthug Ugasharash, a Gulgun, has come. A towering, scaly nematode. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Its brass scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its noxious secretions. And it can get into my fortress. Twipped! Thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back. Next time on SKULLPONDERS, we fight that beast. I'll send him a DM, Jesus. I also don't want them to fix it until after I'm done this fort. Putnam may have already noticed. I know that Putnam lurks in this stream sometimes. Chat room, I have to go pick up groceries I've already paid for. So I'm going to go do that. If you want to see more of this fort, I'll be on tomorrow, normal time. Although tomorrow's stream's also going to be a little short because I've got a thing I got to pick up in the afternoon as well. Got a lot of stuff I got to pick up in the next few days. So this weekend's going to be a weekend off for me, so I'm going to be busy. But yeah, we will be on tomorrow. And then Tuesday is my birthday. So I will be doing a adventure mode one-shot and then playing a sci-fi roguelike in the evening. So hopefully that is something that you are all entertained by and tune in for. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be working on this fort. I'll just be plucking away at the normal stuff. I do have to say, big shout-outs to Light My Violet for that raid. It's greatly appreciated. Seriously. And yeah, it's weird. I'm getting old over here, Amber. But my face is going to disappear for a second, and then we'll babble. All right. I do have to say, though, thanks a lot for, like, the ridiculous support the past few days. Even today, like, today was kind of crazy. Even even though I've been, like, kind of quiet about it. But thank you for all the support. You guys are really nice. This be the birthday of Seonk? Seonk? I don't know what that is. But we're going to go raid somebody. You guys want to come along for the ride, YouTube? Pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Normal time. About 10 a.m. Pacific. Take care, YouTube folks. All right, everybody here on Twitch. Twitch retwatch. You guys ready to go raid someone? Ready to go say hello to somebody? Let me make sure that this person ain't ending. Can't tell if they're ending or not. All right, we're going to go... Just skimming a few streams I've never seen before. Let's go yell at this person who I haven't seen streaming Dwarf for before. Let's do that. Chat, grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat. This is a record player. I'm going to grab the raid music now. Or rather, I would if I could find the raid music.